Hello. It's time to do some level blocking because I've been working on systems a lot. And I know that zombies is technically next on the list, but that's still more systems, and I think I think it'd be better if I had some level for the zombies to walk around in, because otherwise I'm just not going to know. I'm not going to be able to thoroughly test those things. Dude, like immediately as soon as I start, I have yawns, I have to hiccup, I can't. Can't get a moment to speak. Okay. So, I don't really like how this revolver... Okay, first of all, there's a bug. There is a bug. When I am fanning the hammer and shooting really fast, it is taking a lot of time to... Or not taking a lot of time. The cylinder isn't rotating. Which is really weird to me because my UI reads the cylinder position. The revolver also reads the cylinder position to know where it's shooting from, right? It reads from here. So somehow the revolver cylinder position is being updated, but this is not getting back to me on the UI. I don't know why. Oh, also I've got to put the windows up. I would actually like to be able to see if anyone is chatting. That would be good to know. Okay. Okay. Feels dark. I don't know why. I should turn on my lamp. Yeah, that helps a bit. Alright. So yeah, somehow I'm getting into fire projectiles, which I believe this only calls from weapon node. Weapon on fire. Do it. Weapon type fire. So yeah, I'm not really sure how this wouldn't be coming back to me. Also, I think I just realized, I think it's possible to shoot so fast that you actually don't shoot. Because I think it's like one frame into the animation that it queues up the firing thing. Or maybe I do it right away. I think I actually do it right away, so yeah, never mind. It's not possible. One frame has to be processed. So we would get into fire, just fire. And that would call fire projectiles. Return fire projectiles. Oh. So this can return a false value. It shouldn't. It has to do all this. Yeah, I don't understand why it takes so long to come back. Maybe the raycast? Because it's really weird. It's really that if I shoot fast enough, the cylinder doesn't rotate. So is it... What could it be? So I do this. I see the cylinder rotating, actually. I do see it doing that little rotation. Is that actually... Wait. Am I just hallucinating? Wait. I might just be hallucinating. I think that's actually correct. Why did I think this wasn't correct? Why does it look weird? Why does it look weird? I think maybe I just don't understand. I just think it looks weird. I don't know. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, actually. It looks weird because of how the shooting works. It does have to like wait a frame. I think if I just turn on the rotation thing, it won't look so weird. So that's what I really wanted to do. But also, I don't like how the ports rotate. So what I think I'm going to do My thought is when I do the rotations, what I actually will do is I'll rotate up to 60 degrees and then I teleport it back to 0 and then just move the cylinders. I don't actually do a smooth rotation. Although I guess I could. Because that, I mean, just doing a smooth rotation does actually really mask the jumping. So maybe I'll just start there. I'll just make it rotate smoothly when I shoot. So we apply the rotations. Whenever we update, great time to use a whatever it is, an interpolation. I'm happier and happier that I actually wrote this class because I'm actually using it a bunch. So the duration needs to happen, I think. I mean, I just should look at the animation to know. Then I can know exactly what the rotation is. Oh, right. I just have that time to a second. So it's actually gonna be the scene script that specifies how long the rotation happens. No, it's not. It's like, I think I say rotate the cylinder and I give it a time. I could possibly try to read this value. I don't have access to this value actually. Set target delta places. Oh, right. Rotate cylinder. Cylinder interp target. Oh, right. Ah. This is where it does get a bit weird. Because this manages animation here, but the state doesn't update until after the animation completes. So if I were to animate it again on the UI, it would be delayed. It would be really delayed. So I should find a way. I guess what I can do is I can... This one knows it, right? Cylinder interpolation. We call update somewhere. I guess we call it up here. So this can feed back out to... Because this... Okay, so this actually knows about the revolver. The weapon UI knows about the revolver. So on the weapon, I could just track a value that says like cylinder offset. Right? Because I don't believe I moved the ports around. I guess let me check that. Okay, this is gonna be a little spaghetti, but the one who knows about the cylinder rotation is the weapon scene. this knows what the cylinder rotation is at. Also, how does it actually set the animation? Because I would call rotate cylinder, and all it does is does this. On revolver updated, update cylinder spin. It has to happen in process, right? Oh, here it is. Damn, that's a lot of math. Because I'm pretty sure how this works is it rotates clockwise, and then it snaps back, right? It does this. So I would call apply rotate cylinder. This, if not apply and finish return, we tell the revolver, hey, put it here, or spin this way, and then I reset my interpolation, and I click and I call update cylinder spin, and then I just set my rotation to this value. Oh, okay. So actually, it does know about it. I think what I'd like to do here is just... I mean, geez, look at this. This is kind of crazy. Essentially, I want to set this here, and then I want to actually send this back to my revolver. Because what I can just do is I can just save it to the revolver weapon. I can save this rotation. Updated by... So essentially I can just save it here. And I don't have to do interpolations anymore. And I can just say if revolver, then I would do revolver animated cylinder rotation equals angle. That's simple, right? I may have to invert it, probably, but then I shouldn't have to do that. And instead down here, I would pull... I mean, I just pull revolver, animated cylinder rotation. I'll leave a note here. I mean, I think that's just gonna work. That should just work. Okay, we're not correct immediately. Also, it didn't actually update at all. I'm actually kind of confused why they didn't update at all. What? Why did that not work at all? Yeah, it smoothly rotates here. Also, it is rotating backwards the wrong way. So I guess first of all, it's coming in negative. Oh, this only happens from update. Ahaha. Also, I guess what I actually would do is copy that and then go back to how it was, but leave a note here. And I might not even need to do this, or I probably shouldn't do this. But in process, I should be doing that. Ah, that's tough. I don't actually get the revolver. I mean, yeah, but okay. So what do I actually do is do if revolver weapon, then I do this. That's pretty cool. But yeah, the rotation's not correct. It's off by a little bit. Why? How is that off by like a degree? I guess. Ah. I do understand. When I do apply cylinder rotation, I should do this, essentially. Wherever I set cylinder spin, everywhere that I set cylinder spin. I mean, in fact, what I could do is just literally say everywhere that I set cylinder spin. Actually, I can't do that because this is not how that works. But I need to look at everywhere that I do it. So I think here I would do, again, rotation Z. Yeah, this should be if revolver. Now that should work. And I think I need to not call it in the update function. I think I should just trust the UI or the animation to just work. It's a little crazy. So what I think I'm gonna do is if we do too big of a jump, yeah, I think if we do too big of a jump, what's too big of a jump? That's not a clear thing. What's too big of a jump? So yeah, I think I should take that off and not do that. Yeah, it doesn't look that. I mean, now that it's actually spinning, it doesn't look bad at all. And it should be tracking precisely to the bullets. If I hit E and then click. Interesting. I can queue up the charge and then shoot. Okay, yeah, I don't think I need to do that. A note for the note. I don't think this needs to be done. So yeah, I just take this rotation. Also, why does my cylinder rotate the wrong way? Why is the rotation clockwise by default on UI, but then counterclockwise by default in-game? Just because the forward axis, you look down the negative Z, so it just everything's rotating counterclockwise. I guess so. I want to make it not jump like that. I don't want it to jump like that. So what I think I will do is in process, I just look at the rotation that we've changed by. And okay, if I think about how fast I click, I mean, I can just go here and like click really fast. What is it like? I don't want the click reaction test. Click speed test. Check clicks per second. I sure hope this is safe. Okay, so I gotta restart. How do I restart? Oh, okay. Let's just do 2 seconds and I'm gonna click as fast as I can. I mean, I can't click very fast, but 7.5 clicks per second. Let me just go. All right, I got a little bit more. We'll say 10. I can do 10. We'll say 10 is like a very fast speed, I'll say. Okay. So 10's a fast speed. So that would be how many milliseconds is that do I have? If I'm running at 60 FPS, how many milliseconds do I have? Wait, how do I actually calculate this? How do I calculate this? I'm gonna assume that my game, I'm calling process every 60 times per second, okay? I'm gonna assume I'm calling process 60 times per second. If I can rotate the cylinder 10 times in a second, I guess that's what I should think about, right? A big jump is if I spin more than... Actually, wait, no. My idea is that I simply take the value that I want to go to, and I give myself 1/6 of a second, right? 1/6 of a second. I give myself I'll give myself 15 milliseconds to get there. Or sorry, this is not milliseconds. Wait. Right, 16 wait. Because I think what it actually is yeah, it's 1/60, right? So let's say I give myself 150 milliseconds. Does that seem right? How would I track this in, like, frames, though? I guess I take the number, I say 10 clicks per second. So... I guess 1/10. Okay, so I mean, this is just like a normal value, I guess. Alright. I don't exactly know what kind of math I was trying to figure out there. I just wanted like a time to go to. So let's say at the fastest rate, I'm spinning this thing 60 degrees every 10th of a second. So I need to make sure that when I hit my process function and I read in the new spin, my rate of travel is gonna be, if I'm running at 60 FPS, I have a 10th of a second to travel 60 degrees. So I should be able to compute, this is what I wanted to know. I should be able to compute a hard value that says, if my angle exceeds this amount, I need to do an interpolation over the next 10th of a second or something like that. I have some fastest rate. Okay, so rotations. I guess I can check rate. I need it in like radians per second, right? If my rotation difference exceeds some value, I have to, essentially what I would do is I would say, all right, we'll say this is a big change. We'll save that value. So this is like our target value. We'll rotate over to that. What is that in radians, though? I guess I can just think about it in degrees. I have to travel 60 degrees in a tenth of a second. That's my rate. So how many degrees per second is that? 60 degrees in a tenth of a second. 600 degrees per second. Right? So I could say that would be in radians. Would be 10 radians per second. Then I guess what I could ask is, what's my delta time? You know, what would that be? Here, 1 second, I gotta take the dog out. Oh, the dog started barking and now he wants to go, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. I'm just going to get the interpolation back because I will need it. Okay. And then I'll do duration will be equal to actually the duration is going to vary, so I shouldn't really set that. I'll just start with 0 transition. This is ease in out, right? I would want ease out. No. Wrong way. I think it's probably exponential. What is this? The animation is definitely like has a little bit of stuff on it. A little bit of stuff. So cylinder rotate. Okay, that's really hard to tell what this is. I've got a weird shape. So this would be, I guess ease out is close enough. No, not ease out. Well, okay. I think I probably want something a bit different. I'm pretty sure I have this saved. Good, cool. So I think what I'd really want is an ease out. I mean, is it really exponential? I mean, technically by exponential, it never reaches that value. Once you get the duration, of course. It looks like circular might be what I want. Actually, I know that these have a bunch of weird things, so let's look at this. I get a bunch of stuff here. I get quintic, quartic, quadratic, exponential, elastic, cubic, square roots. Huh. They say exponential to the power of x. What does that mean? I want to know what that code is. I want to know what do you call it? Trans expo. What? No, I just want to search. Interesting. I have the name right. Why did it not show up? Why didn't it show up? Here we go. Expo in. So it looks like they're just defined as methods somewhere down here. What? No? Lit. Easing equations. This is where they must come from, right? Easing equations. Linear, sine, quadratic, exponential. So they do. Why do they take so many values? I take it this 001 bit tier is to enforce it to reach the end at some time. To the power of x, 2 to the negative 10 t over d. Why 10? Huh. C seems like the delta. Maybe not. Oh, h equals c over 2. Why not just define it first? I don't know. Okay, well. Didn't really give me much information. That's like really cryptic looking, honestly. Undocumented value names. Or maybe they are documented? No, they're not. They're just TBCD. With 2 copyrights. I feel like they can't copyright any of this if this is already copyrighted. And this is, I think this is the same license. Yeah, that's the same license, which I believe is, I don't even know. The MIT or something. Okay, that didn't really help. Exponential is probably fine. I can change it around if I really want to. Essentially what I need to do is I will be using delta now. I track the rotation. I would essentially track a max rotation that I can apply on this frame, which would be essentially assuming I can rotate let me mark this up here. Yeah, let me mark this here. Const. Essentially, handles max spin rate of the cylinder on the UI. So if my, I guess I would say like this will be from the current rotation to the target rotation. So I guess it would be minus cylinder rotation. Quick UI stuff. I know, right? Very bold of me to use such a word. Quick. Okay, so this is the difference. And I can compute the spin of this by essentially saying this divided by the delta. So just say absolute value because it could be, it's probably negative, I think. I think we're rotating negative every time. Over the delta, and then I say if the rate is greater than max or max spin rate. Then essentially what I will do is I get to do two things. If I'm not done interpolating, if we're not done, I need to snap to my target. Actually, I mean, I could... No, I should probably just snap to the target. Rotation will be equal to the cylinder... cylinder interp target. And then I need to recompute this. So yeah, I have to recompute this. Because I would like to interpolate here again, if I can. Right? I'll just let that be like a longer rotation or something. So then what I do is I set the target to with this delta. And my time would be, I guess, essentially difference over my spin rate. So if I want to travel, yeah, it would be difference over the spin rate. I guess the absolute value here. Cool. Otherwise, if I need to check if, okay, so if we're not done, again, if we're not done, I need to check if the target is too far apart. And not, yeah. If we're not done, and I need to check if there's a target set. Our target is not... Okay, let me write down target here. So if we're not done, and our targets have changed, then I need to, so I'm interpolating, my target's changed, but it's not too fast. Wait, yeah, what do I do here? I'm in the middle of a spin. I get a new target. It's not too fast to rotate there. Oh yeah, I guess if it's not too fast to rotate there, then I just do the rotation. Let me leave a note. Yeah, this seems weird. How could it be that I get a new target that's not too fast to spin to? I don't know. I guess I just let me take it. What does this do? Let me check. This doesn't update anything, it just sets our value. Current and target. That's all we do. Done. Yeah. Reset to target. Let me do this. Expected grouping expression, and you got it. What? And should not be there. Reset to the target. And then I believe I would just do rotation equals cylinder interp update delta. Otherwise, if we are done, should I just do LF here? We are done with the rotation. It's not too fast, so just accept it. Is this okay? If we have the weapon, we check our target, we check our difference, we check our spin rate, our computed spin rate if we were to do this whole rotation now. If it's over our allowed spin rate, then we check, then we would just essentially set an interpolation, right? If we're already interpolating, we set our rotation to our current target, so we just start over. And kind of an issue with this, actually, is this will happen a lot, now that I think about it, so this is not right. I guess what I would do is if we're not done and our rate is over twice the value, so I'll say teleport to the, actually not even that, but just teleport to the, teleport to the target. If our expected rate exceeds twice the maximum, teleport to the target. Because essentially my thought there is that if I do 2 clicks really fast, or if I'm clicking fast enough, the first click would essentially do 1 tick of the interpolation and then read it again and say, oh, we gotta go way too far. So then it will teleport us. So we get like 1 tick of this interpolation. So this should ensure that I get interpolation up to max, up to like double my rate. If it's double, then we need to start over. And actually that shouldn't be an else at all. If we're not done, does this initialize as being done? I think it always does, right? Yeah, it initializes as being done. I've checked that so many times. This may not be necessary. I gotta think about this more. I think this might not be... This still is probably a little weird. Essentially, I'm always checking the expected rate of spin that I would have to apply. If it exceeds some maximum value, I know I have to do an interpolation. At that point, I also check if I'm already doing an interpolation, and if I am, and our rate is actually double the value, we have to teleport there immediately. This teleports us, right? And then we would just recalculate. So then, every time I am going to apply a rotation, I check, am I interpolating? If I am interpolating, I just do the interpolation. That was the weird part. If I'm not interpolating, I just set it to my target value. Okay. Why was that so large? Alright, what happens now? Why do I have so many errors? Whatever. Not my fault. The class animated cylinder restriction is declared but never used in the class. Ignore. Okay, I don't understand why that was there. Okay. Okay, so another big try. It's just teleporting. Hum. Alright, I think I get it. I see what's going on here. My turn speed probably isn't high enough. Because essentially what happens is I'm procced, I drop, and then I spin. Actually, yeah, I'm just doing one rotation. Is it really that fast? Let me try printing out this value. I'll just do a print. A giga spin with a certain rate. So I should expect to see this number be like 1200, I guess. Nah, I mean, I can't even click that fast. I can't even click that fast. So it's not doing a teleport. It's not doing a teleport. Hmm. The only place I'm doing cylinder rotation is... The only place I do it is here. And this is degrees to radians, max spin rate. I'd have to click really fast to trigger this. So I'm not doing a teleport. Does this just mean that the interpolation is too fast? Or... Actually, it might even be that it's so fast it doesn't even happen at all. What? We want to rotate 691. Okay. Let me do like... What is it in F mod? Returns a floating point remainder. Right. Did I type that right? I did, yeah. This is my target. Okay. Why is that triggering? Rate of 191 or 691. What is the max rate? It doesn't show. 10. How is this coming out to like such a huge number? My difference is 4 radians? I have to do a whole rotation? Really? That doesn't make any sense. I shouldn't be doing a full rotation. Do I also need to say that my cylinder rotation? Is it safe for me to just say the cylinder rotation is mod by tau? Can I just do that? I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna run that because I don't believe this. I don't understand how I need to do a whole rotation. Or like a 180-degree rotation immediately. Yeah, that's not adding up to me. This value keeps changing too. $400. That's like 180 degrees. That's a little more than 180 degrees. Am I checking this in the wrong direction? Should I be going... I mean, I guess, because it would have to rotate forward. What is the load on the gun right now? This should be like 1 and 2. This doesn't look like 1 and 2. This looks like 1 and 6. And my cylinder position is at 5. That's what it looks like, because that's what it's going to rotate to. Yeah, cylinder position is at 5. Why do we load it like that? It should load 0 and 1 and then rotate. Okay, so this is just kind of a weird thing with the loading. It should be loading up the numbers, not down the numbers. So this is more just when I spawn in the gun with some amount of ammo. It's kind of doing it wrong. So let me solve that. Essentially, it's calling load rounds with like 2 or whatever, right? This should rotate loading around places in the current position. This clobbers whatever is at that position, so be sure is empty. Cylinder position plus I. How does that work? Oh, this is really strange. I have to like step through this when I pick up this revolver to know how that works, because I'm not seeing it there. Weapon comes with ammo preloaded with the first ammo type. I add the ammo to my ammo bank, right? Yeah, I add the ammo to my ammo bank, and then I call load rounds. I select the weapon, and then I call load rounds. Ah, rotate to 1 after the highest live round index. This is where it goes wrong. I should be loading into 0 and 1. Because that's how I load it when I reload it. I spin it clockwise and I load in. No, I actually spin it counterclockwise and load it. All right, let me say this. Okay, I think that's fine. Actually, that's fine. That's fine. Because I do have to rotate it. That is how the rounds load. I mean, I guess I could actually rotate it negative, the negative value. Yeah, because what I would like to do is spin it backwards, essentially. Rotate to 1 after the highest live round index. I guess what I actually should do is... Wait, what would I do? I would find the first 0? Because the shots fire... Let me think about this. Yeah, I would find the last... Right. I find the first 0 from the back. And I want to rotate to that position. So I could either go from 0 forward, or I could go from 0 backwards. I want to pick the shortest direction. Find the first 0 from the back. So if I'm looking at it, I would load 0, 6, 5, 4. So I want to spin backwards, essentially. It could also be so far that I would rather turn this direction than this direction. So yeah, I'm going to compute, pick the shortest rotation. Either how would I do this? Do I have to compute both? I guess I have to. I guess I'll do clockwise and counterclockwise. I guess you do forward and back. Forward places, so this would be, I guess, a clockwise rotation. So it'd be from highest minus 1. Yeah. Highest minus minus revolver cylinder position. So I know that I would start at 0. I should start at 0. This is really weird. How do I count this? I think what I can do is I could take my current cylinder position, I add 6, and then I would compute the distance back to highest. So that would be a clockwise rotation, right? So what if the highest is 0? What if I'm already on a 0? I would go from 0 plus 6 minus 0, so I would get 6. So I guess I would just say this value mod 6 then. Now this would be going from my position wait. So if my highest is 1, oh yeah, this is not right. If my highest is 1, I guess it's actually, I wrote this backwards, I think. So in this case, it would just be highest minus the current cylinder position. But I guess I don't already always know that the cylinder position is going to be lower than highest. People say it would be bad to try to survive in a city during a zombie apocalypse, but I have a theory that it would actually be good because of the resources, but only in the long term. I think there's been enough media that essentially tells us if there's a zombie apocalypse and you're in a city, you should leave the city. But then there's going to be people who also think the same way, who are going to say, I expect everyone to be leaving the city, so I'm going to stay and wait for them to leave. So I feel like it might actually backfire. I feel like enough people would expect everyone to leave that the smartest people would actually probably just leave. Because the people who expect other people to leave are going to stay, so a lot of people are probably going to stay. And then the resources are just going to be consumed in like a week or less. So actually, I really don't think so. I think those resources, because the city would stop receiving resources immediately. People just would not show up to work, right? They're not going to come to work. So I guess it really depends on like how violent the virus would be, right? Assuming it's a disease. If it's really bad, then a lot of people might actually leave. But if it's like the classic stuff where you have to get bit and then it takes like a day or two for you to turn, then I feel like a lot of people would actually would have the same exact thought you have and would stay. A lot more than you think, more than half. I think the best move would be to probably go and probably try to loot and then leave very quickly. Maybe not even loot too much because people might just, you know, I want that loaf of bread. Bang. So that's my roll of toilet paper. Blam. I guess it depends on the city too. If we're talking about the US, there's no chance. That's how the experience would go. Certain cities in the US, yeah. You might not even get a chance to leave. People might just show up to your house just to take you out. And be like, this is my apartment building. Blam. Before you can even leave. But think about that. You go on those gym stuff and go on those massive protein powder buckets. Scorpions? Wait, what? The rest you can eat bugs. Scorpions spread very fast. I think the only time I've seen a scorpion is in like a zoo. So I mean, it depends on like wherever you said you are. Or did you say you're like? I don't know where you said you live. Definitely not here. This is a good distraction. These are good things to think about. Okay, so this will guarantee that revolver cylinder position comes after highest. Should I then say highest plus 6 here and just do it the other direction? Is that how that works? So forward would be a positive rotation. Oh, in Brazil, it'd be easy. You would get lots of pharmacies and gyms, so protein medicine would be easy. I mean, it really does depend on how fast stuff is happening. If it's slow enough, I feel like here, there would definitely be a lot of people who have guns who would just kind of show up and say, we're gonna like protect this store and make sure that people aren't stealing. People are still buying. And then there would be people who would show up with the intention of stealing and they would probably not get very far, honestly. I think there are more good people here going to do that than try to rob, at least where I live. Other places, there's no chance. The store owners would be fleeing to make sure that they don't get taken on the crossfire. I wonder if I just like hit run and see if this always rotates correctly. I mean, canned foods are really the best. I don't know about protein powders. I have one. I've gotten them. But they're rated for like a year, maybe. Not like other stuff where it would literally last like 3 years. I mean, I don't know. I guess in that point I would think about like volume. How much volume do you get? Maybe it would be good. Okay. If I'm rotating positive, I'm adding 1 to my index, which means I'm spinning clockwise. If I'm going negative, I'm subtracting 1 from my index, which means I'm going counterclockwise. I feel like I just gotta write these out. $5,000 buckets. 5 km. I don't know what that is. Kilogram. Oh, okay. I'm trying to do the math in my head. It's like 1 kilogram to 2 pounds. This is the one thing I think it is, right? Yeah. It's funny that inches to centimeters, you double the value to get to inches, but then kilograms to pounds, you have to double the value. So a pound is less than a kilogram, but then an inch is more than a centimeter. Strange things. I think this is actually correct. Maybe I just start running it and see if I get the rotation correct. Because now this should rotate back 2 spots, and it should not be too high of a rotation. I guess let me just put like a breakpoint here or something. Let me set a value here, I guess. With protein powders and vitamin pills, you're almost done. Problem is that they don't have fat, so you need something extra. That's where the bugs come in. Why did I put a breakpoint here? Oh, because it's still being strange. From 4, what? -1. That actually looks like it was correct. Because it was here and I would go -1 backwards, right? From 5 to 4. You got it right. Okay. So we mess around with this cylinder position. The initial position. I think I set it to 0. Initially 1 ahead of the first port. Something like -3. This should actually be a 0 then, right? Should be a 0. From 3 to 5, 2. Wait, from 3 to 5. -1 is 5. -2 is 4. -3 is 3. Yeah. So I did forward. So I found the highest position, which is 5. It's always going to be 5. Is the empty position, which is the position I want the cylinder to be in at the start. I would rotate 1, 2, 3. I'd rotate, oh, the opposite of forward. Let me just flip these around. I'll call this forward and this backward. Well, I guess I add 2, but then I do... Actually, yeah, no, that is right. This should just be the negative. I'd just do the negative spin. Whoa. Big problem would be water. Can't count on rain, count on evaporation. Rivers would be ideal. From 3 to 2, or 3 to 5. Let me say this loads in just loads 1, actually. This would probably be way easier. Where? A river or a lake. I don't think you need to worry about like adding minerals to water. Just the stuff you're using to purify it does enough. The stuff you're using is dirty enough, and the air as well. So from 3 to 5, 2. What? 3 to 5. Wait, what? Hang on. Okay, so what I have to do, this is actually kind of wrong. I do want to find the first 0 behind... Given my current position... Oh yeah, I guess what I want to do really is find the first... Wait. I look at my current position. I want to rotate it so that I'm on the first empty spot before a 1. I guess actually what I do is I would actually do it like this, I think. This is like searching, I don't know, it's fun, it's whatever. So looking at my current position, I want to find the first 1 from my current position. I was trying to avoid this, but I guess it's not even so bad, because if I know which position I'm starting at, I shouldn't search the whole thing. Or actually, I want to find the first 0, really. No, I want to find the first 0 where the next value is a 1. Oh my gosh. To filter the water because of the bacteria and parasites. River water is not like that. River water is good to drink. It's the water that's sitting still that's not good to drink. Like, even slow-moving water is pretty safe. As long as it's not polluted. I mean, yeah, sure, you should generally probably, like, boil it for a bit, but... most of the time, if the water is moving, you can scoop it up with your hands and drink it, and you won't have any issue. Find from... why is that ammo state? Why would it let me type that in? Yeah, okay, let me... I'm just gonna search it manually. And I can pretty much guarantee that no matter which way I'm going, I shouldn't have to spin more than 180 degrees. I shouldn't have to travel more than 3 positions. So I guess if I think about it, if I'm here and I want to rotate backwards, I go 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. If I'm going to go here, it'd be like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then I know that I couldn't reach it because the other direction would be shorter. So let's say we start here, trying to resolve type of a null node. I don't understand what's going on there. Should I actually say 0? Well, I is less than 3. I would check. And what I'm looking for is a empty slot where 1 in the next direction is a non-empty slot, is what I'm looking for. Let me actually check here. I'll just leave it like this. I was thinking I can save it, not rotate the cylinder. But if you're loading the weapon, I don't know, it does come in as a weapon resource. I was thinking about like multiplayer stuff, like if someone drops a revolver and you pick it up, but I don't know if that really makes sense. That's not an issue for me to solve right now. Well, I is less than 3. I'm looking for this position to be empty and the next one to be non-empty. So I would look here, 0, 1, and I would say this one doesn't have to rotate at all for me to be fine. And then I guess if I hit 0, I don't have to do the other check. If I'm going, because I rotate a certain direction, I'm always going to rotate a certain direction. So I would also look for when I'm going in the opposite direction, so I'm rotating backwards in the negative direction. I would look for this spot to be live and the next spot to be empty. That's not even how I spell that word. Okay. And I would have to forward plus I. Yeah. How do I know the size of the... I think when I initialize... Wait, what do these initialize? Oh, set ammo reserve size. It makes ammo reserve size. That's what I'm looking for. If the current is empty, and let me just do this. Current next, if current is 0 and next is greater than 0, then I found a spot. My forward will be equal to I at this spot. If forward is 0, then I already have it, so I actually don't do any spin. If they are all full, though, if they're all full, then it doesn't matter. I just leave it at the current spot. Okay, so that's what I want to check. Should I do this as a function? Maybe it should be a function because this is a big thing. Let me do this. If weapon is revolver, then revolver spin to next. Weapon. And I guess I can do this if revolver. Alright, now go to spot, do not spin. Done. And then I do counterclockwise. This position is live, and the next is empty. So do I is equal to 0. Well, I is less than 9. I guess I could even just do forward. Same thing, kind of. Backward plus I. Backward. It would be backwards minus I, minus 1. So I'd be looking at this one. Wait, minus I? Yeah, minus I would be going like this, clockwise. So minus I would look here, wherever I currently am. And then the next one would be looking ahead. So if the current is, I guess if next is empty and current is greater than 0, then it would be backward is equal to I plus 1. So essentially the next one is empty, which means I have to do one rotation, right? I have to do one more, whatever I'm at. So if I have live, empty, I would look forward. I'd be like, this is one spin. There's no live round next. One spin, no live round next. One spin, no live round next. And then I come up here. Oh, I is listen forward. Let me just say 3 again. Backwards would be live, empty. I would look here. Next is not live, so forward 1. Right, so hang on, I really gotta think about this. Maybe I should just open this up. Oh, hey, look, we're right here. Awesome, great. I'm gonna draw here. Okay. Let me get a color or something, I don't know. Light blue. So, live, empty. So backwards, I'm looking at the next spot, so I would have to do one spin, which would bring this here. So it would be not good. I'd look at here, so I is 1. the next spot. So I is 1, so this would tell me I have to do 2 spins. So 1, 2. That's correct. Forward. Let's say this is forward. I would have to do... Let me do this. 3 spins, right? Okay, so this doesn't really work because that's not how I would do it. I would compute forward as being like 3 spins, but then I would compute backwards as being 1 spin. Actually, no, forward would have to come all the way up to here. So this is definitely not correct. So forward would apply if I am loaded up like this. Right. I'd have to do 1, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4 spins backwards to get it here. But forwards, it would be 1, 2 spins. So it would look at this one and the next one. This one would be empty and the next one would be live. This is not true. So I go to the next one. Looking at this one would be empty. The next one is live. Not true. So this is now 2 spins. So I is 0, I is 1, I is 2. So it'd be 2 spins. This one is empty. The next one is live. So I'd say forward is 2. Yeah, this seems correct. And then backwards wouldn't be doing anything. So then I would just check if forward is less than backward. Then I do a forward rotation. I guess I would do this. Spin equals forward. Okay, all of that. I missed a K there. From to... I don't even know. I guess I just take this out. This would actually be a positive spin, not negative. Okay. All right. Whoops, whoops, whoops. I wrote a while loop that doesn't end. Oh, God. Oh, God. I've done it now. I've written a while loop that doesn't end. Can we stop doing that, maybe? Please? Dude, Godot should really, like, have a failsafe for this. This is so bad. How many times have I done this? A lot. I've done this a lot. I wrote a while loop and then forget to... freaking close it. Or... how do I... Ah. Hello back. I am Olmec. I wrote a while loop that doesn't terminate. Isn't that cool? A while loop that just never ends and crashes my game. And Godot just can't detect that. From 3, -1. You wouldn't see me doing that. The crazy thing is, I've written so many while loops and forgetting to like write the value in Godot. I don't know why. I've written while loops a lot in other languages and I never forget to like increment the value. But I feel like the last probably 4 or 5 times I've written a while loop, I forget to increment the value. Sweet, so that one worked. Let me just try literally every value. I should see a positive, I think. It should be like +2 or something. Okay, -1, but still correct. It's in the right place. Oh, it's always when I load the gun, it's loading from the current cylinder position, so setting it here doesn't change anything. It still has to rotate 1 back. So I would have to change the number of bullets that are loaded to get the value. Two. Are there like Stardew Valley tracks on SoundCloud that are, or Spotify that are like longer? Because a lot of them they would loop normally in the game for like several minutes, but then the actual thing is like 50 seconds. Also, that's still -1, really. Let's load 3. This should still be backwards. Weird, why is it ending up in the right position? It only has to do 1 rotation. What's happening? Is loading the round rotating it? It shouldn't be. Let me just put a breakpoint here. I don't understand why it's only rotating 1. Cylinder position is 5, which is correct. So I'm here. I'm gonna stream at 3 my time. Alright. I'm gonna be streaming all day. Should I just not do this? I think this doesn't really matter anymore. I feel like that really doesn't matter. Why am I setting it at -1? And why is this always loading correctly? I'm at 5. Which means I'm sitting on 5. And I load... Oh, it is loading backwards. Wait, it is loading backwards. Why? Does that just always means it only has to spin back 1, doesn't it? Oh, huh? No. I won't be doing that. Is it still... Femboy, twink boy, girlfriend. So I'm loading forward, which is correct. This is the way that this is the direction that the gun loads. Is it the direction that the gun loads? If this isn't the direction the gun loads, then... which way does the gun load? Which way does the gun load? It should be loading counterclockwise. When I hit reload... Yeah, I'm loading I'm loading that way. Also, it was really cool to reload the UI updating with that. That's awesome. I think load rounds is actually wrong then. This should be loading backwards. It should be loading backwards, not forwards. So when I load, it should be going the other way around. Can we stop walking? Okay, so that's correct then. Started at 0. So I'm really glad that the animations are operating correctly. So that's the right way to go. That's the correct direction. This doesn't matter. And I shouldn't have to do this anymore. So I'm actually gonna leave that in case I change it. For some reason, I don't know why. Why is packed byte array open? So here I would actually just say print, because I think that might have happened, which could be a mistake. Definitely a mistake if that happened. This should be rotating backwards or something. Yeah, it said no need to spin. So it read that the next... Yeah, what? That's not right. Forward looks at 0 and 1 and says 1 has to be empty and 0 has to be empty and 1 has to be live. So that's wrong. Oh, this is why. I guess I would actually check here. If I is 0, then I do this and I return. Yeah, like that last song that played, that was like a 30-second song or something. "50 seconds. It'd be nice if this played for a while." Does Spotify have a way to say like, hey, this song, loop it some number of times? I don't know. Is there any way to do that? No. Not very cool. Oh well. Oh well. Trinky ASMR, what does that mean? Also on Spotify? I will refrain from playing ASMR on stream. Only music. Alright, so that's why that was 0, because it reads the current position and then is dumb. From 0, 0. Okay. Oh, do I actually have to do like... I do have to do like positive mod. Or would I just do like... Yeah, I would do pause mod. I need the positive modulus. Jeez. Alright, that should be it. Still not it. Alright, what are we doing? What is happening? Alright, we get here. Where does it go wrong? Current is 0. I should be 1. Next is 1, and then after this, next should be 0. Current is 0, and next is 1. Not true, I plus 1. I is 1. Current is now 1. And the current will be 0. Next would be 0. So it's not going to hit this. Yeah, this shouldn't activate. Okay. So then we get down here. Positive mod. Current is 0. 1. Next is 5. 1. So it won't do that one. Let me just go and look at this, I guess. Yeah, so this is what the array looks like. Unfortunately, it will delete the whole thing and then reload it. So what I would expect to see is this would be going from 0, rotate to 5, rotate to 4, then rotate to 3. So it'd be 3 rotations backward. Oh wait, forward is 0 right now. What happens if it's all empty? I feel like I need to track a Boolean too, actually. And then I would say if found forward and found backward, then I do this. Whoops. Otherwise, to say L found forward. Else it's probably a way to do this all in one line. Not even all in one line, but less lines, but whatever. This is what I was missing. Jeez. Okay, so found forward would end up being empty here, I expect. Cool. Found forward? Nope. We did not. But we will find backward. So this is the MO state, so I would expect to go 1, 2, 3. Negative 3, essentially. So I would reach 2, and then I would make it 3, and then it would be negative. So when I is 2, I expect this to figure it out. So now I is 2. The current one should be empty. Or the current one should be full and the next one is empty. That's it. Right, we found it. Find backward is true. Backward is I plus 1, so it would be 3. And we break. We did find something, not that one. If found forward and found backward, are we stupid? Why is this line running? Oh, it's weird. Because I removed a line, so now I'm off by 1 here. So this is setting spin to negative backwards. Negative 3, and then we do the spin. We'll print, and then we do the spin. Okay, cool. Pause is declared. That would be true. This should be pause. Think the warning for the first time ever. Bam, it's in the right spot. Good. So now when I add one more, I expect this to now start rotating forward, starting at 2. It'll rotate forward 2 spaces. Cool, it rotated forward 2 spaces. Now it should rotate forward 1 space. Or actually, I think it won't rotate at all. No, yeah, forward 1 space. And then one more. It should do no spaces. It should trigger immediately. Actually, it won't. What will happen? Empty revolver, it says. Okay. I mean, it's not actually correct, but... yeah. I can take the prints away. Can't move? Okay. And then 0 should also just do nothing. I don't know why I'm running it as if I'm even going to see that it did nothing, because I wouldn't know if it did nothing. Alright. So this still doesn't work, though. Those were good fixes. Those were good changes. So this one is still being weird, and it's not actually doing anything. I think it probably is that my max spin rate is probably just too high. Or I guess rather, yeah, I put the breakpoint back here. Okay, and now I'm on to figuring out why the revolver is rotating weird. That instantly triggered. That kind of sucks. Why is my difference a full rotation? Okay. I guess just let me not do this anymore. Yeah, let me just not do that anymore. That's fine. That was to fix that thing being weird. So now I don't need to think about that. Okay, it triggered again, and it wants to do a full rotation. Why? It does it fine, but then on this moment, it triggers a full rotation. Rotation is negative 60. And then it wants to do... I mean, yeah, that's like literally 2 pi, isn't it? $6.28. Yeah, that's a little bit less than a full rotation. This is really weird. Why does it do this? I think there's something odd about how I set the rotation here. This is probably what's weird. The cylinder spin rotation is only set when I do update ports. This just reads through each port, it gets the reserve value, and it puts it on the port. It doesn't do anything else, right? We're always just rotating this some amount. Yes. So I feel like somehow here I'm getting the wrong angle. Angle is our current angle plus the int current time plus current value. Animations from 0 to -1 invert when going backwards. Okay, I think what I might do is keep the rotation. What does it do? Let me look for all right, let me just run this and look at what the rotation is when I pick this up. I have to load some rounds into it. Yeah, we want to rotate a full rotation. Oh, man. Is it because I'm doing this absolute value thing? What does this do? Okay, I think what I do is whenever I'm gonna rotate, I'm always rotating. Yeah, I'm always rotating to the target in whatever direction is going. But I guess I don't really know which way it's spinning when I first pick it up. All right, let's just say the UI. Okay, the UI needs to know which way it's spinning, I think. Weapon revolver can track like the last direction it traveled in. Like last spin applied. I call rotate cylinder. Cylinder position is wrap. I places. Zero to ammo size. There's between 0 and ammo size, yeah. Rotate the number of places. I feel like I should just track which way I went. Let me just do that. I'm gonna make it a float. Can I do this? Does it? I don't think it cares if I do that, right? Yeah, that's safe. That's fine. Last spin direction is the sign of the places. Okay? So now here, when I do Where would it be? It would be, what is it? Rotate cylinder? Places? So I'm rotating negative, right? In some negative direction. I guess I don't even need to track this here, do I? Yeah, actually this doesn't, that doesn't happen there. That's not there. It's here. But I will track this value and do this. Actually, yeah, what happens here? Okay. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I need to think about this. I'm not sure why that's coming back rounded. Or not rounded, but like kept between 0 and 2 pi. Because it should actually come back in 1 sec. I'm back. So yeah, I actually don't understand why this is keeping a... I mean, I guess that actually maybe makes sense, right? Because the angle I compute is always going to be negative port angle times the cylinder position. So we, whatever we're currently at, rotating it towards the angle, right? And what is this? This is kind of weird, isn't it? Current value plus port angle. Why does that work? When animation moves from 0 to 1, invert going backwards. Oh, I get it. Right. No, yeah, I get it. I get that. But yeah, what seems to happen is it comes in... Let me run that. Actually, I don't need to run this. I think it's already at what I think it's at. Oh, never mind. I think what happens is we do the rotation smoothly, and then right when it snaps, it does like a big rotation the other direction. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that that is the issue. So, in that case, what I'm thinking is this rotation happens smoothly in some direction. It is multiplied by current time, which could be negative. I'm essentially just getting the positive or negative. Yeah, I'm essentially getting the positive or negative value of this. Actually, is this wrong? Should this be the absolute value? Maybe it should be the absolute value, shouldn't it? Or maybe I don't do that. I take this off and I do absolute value here and I just add the port angle. Because when I do a reload, it rotates this way. So it's doing a reload is a -1 rotation. So for this, it's essentially doing a positive rotation because this is counterclockwise, so this is a positive spin. But then at the end, it does negative port angle times the revolver cylinder position, which would then be... we would suddenly jump from like 0 to 5. That's exactly what happens. We suddenly jump from 0 to 5. I guess the idea is we essentially jump from like a negative 60 degree spin to a positive 270 or something degree spin. Or whatever it is. 240 degree spin. I guess I could make it so we always rotate positive in the positive direction. So I'd compute from my position. All right, so the angle, okay. Okay, I think I don't need to track this at all. I think I can get away with not tracking this value and just detecting this on the UI. Oh, man. Okay. Let me run this again. Let me do the reload and double check that that's what I think is happening. So my current cylinder spin is what? 0. And I want to rotate to this value. 523599. Was it 23599? So yeah, it wants to do a 300 degree rotation. Oh, actually, yeah, I do need to know which way I'm going. Never mind. It's not that I detect it there. I read in the last direction that I'm rotating, and that's how I apply this. So add that back. Let's say used by UI. But I guess it technically doesn't happen here, although I would still know. So places. Never mind, I actually need it on the weapon. This does go on the weapon. Or I guess not, actually. Can I check both? Do I really need it on both? Because what I want to happen when you pick up the gun, it will spin. It starts wherever it starts at, and then it spins to that position. So do I do the, yeah, I just do this here. So I get revolver here. And what I would do whenever I run this, if my direction is negative, so I guess what I do is I check target. And then I have my difference. So my difference is either going to be positive or negative. Essentially what's going to happen is this comes in, I start reading a positive 60-degree rotation, and then it says, you know, it's doing like the backward spin. And then it says, okay, now we're going to go the other way, like several places. So I guess what I should do instead is I could probably track this here now. Last spin direction. When I apply rotate cylinder, update cylinder spin. For it to organize counterclockwise. So what I would do is I would just say times last spin direction. Not even that. I just say if not so I would either invert it or not. So if my last spin direction was negative, instead of doing a plus, because essentially what happens is I go from 0 and I say negative 60, or I guess I would say positive 60 or something. I don't know which way it goes. Counterclockwise is a positive angle, right? So counterclockwise is a positive angle, so it'd be positive. But if I end up going negative, like doing a reload, I'm going counterclockwise, which means I'm doing like a negative rotation. So then I would say, all right, well, whatever it is, I guess what I would actually do is I'd do like port angle times the last spin direction. I mean, I guess this is the same thing, right? So I'd say what I just did was I go from here to like negative 60. I feel like this will build up rotation and get like bad after a while. Actually, no, it wouldn't, because cylinder position always between 0 and 5. So it'd either be like negative some rotation or positive some rotation. Alright, so what if I go from like negative... this is an issue. So what if I'm doing like negative 50, or I'm on like 2 positions back, I guess forward or whatever. So I'm on like 4, and I rotate clockwise. Or sorry, counterclockwise. Right? No, yeah, clockwise. So it would be a positive place change. So from like 4 to 5. So I would jump from like some like negative 60 degrees to like positive some big value. All right, don't do this here. Don't do this here. This is definitely just UI stuff. The ports are fine to teleport around because they're already perfect. Okay, I just need to track it. On the UI, what I will do is damn. Yeah, this sucks. I'm not sure how to. I can't figure this one out very quickly. Quick UI stuff, eh? 3 hours? There's one thing that I don't want to do, which is just to rotate the shortest distance. But I think that's probably just what I should do. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm putting myself on the proper place of that normal distribution. Doing what is simple and dumb. Because it's actually the smartest way to go. So I take my target, I rotate the shortest direction. I say my difference is going to be the shortest path, shortest rotation in that direction. So, or actually what I could do is I could always ensure that whatever rotation I apply is going to be positive. So if I'm at 0 and I have to spin like 180 degrees, I guess what I would do is I would teleport to like I don't know if this made sense for a second, but I guess it doesn't. Actually, I guess it does make sense. I ensure my rotation is always positive. So I treat yeah, let me say this. If target is less than 0, then I do add a full rotation to keep it positive. Or I guess I could actually just say pause mod to tau. So this keeps it always positive. Um, yeah, we also want the negative rotation. So what I'll do is I treat this as always being positive. And then I say if the rotation is greater than 180 degrees, I guess. Or what would it be? Also, actually, it would be... Wait. Negative here. Because positive is counter... Okay, I actually have to look at this again. Is positive clockwise? Positive is clockwise. But positive in 3D is counterclockwise. So, yeah. Do that. Actually, yeah, wait, what is this? So the value would come in as like 60 degrees. So that would be this way. But then I say, okay, well, actually to do that, I have to make that negative. So, or wait, 60 degrees. I have to open this again to look at it because I forgot it apparently. Cylinder spin. Okay. A positive rotation. Yes, indeed. A positive rotation here sends me counterclockwise. So whatever it is, I need to make it negative. So I think I just do that. I just make that negative and then I'm good. So if it comes in as 60 degrees, I would say I want that to be negative 60 degrees. And then I would wrap that between 0 and tau. Okay? So my target's always positive. So then my thought is saying, I want to pick the shortest rotation to get me there. So if my current rotation is 60 degrees and I want to go to 120 degrees, I would essentially add 60, or I could subtract like a big value, right? So yeah, I'll just do this. Diff is up here. If target is greater than cylinder rotation, then I do, the difference will be that. Oh, actually not true, not true. I guess I would do this thing again where I do like the forward and backwards calculation. So actually, shouldn't it just be like this? No, because if I'm going from like 0 to just under a full rotation, I'd want to go backwards. I want to do a negative spin for like a degree or something. So this wouldn't be what I do here. I guess what I could do is the difference between yeah, let me do this, I guess. So if my current rotation is 60 and I want to go back, I guess, yeah, I just take that difference, right? I had a visualization. So I'm going to say, I guess just difference 2 would be, I mean, yeah, this is really just forward and backwards, isn't it? Then I'd say if the absolute value of diff2 is less than the absolute value of diff, then I would use that. And then I need to say if I'm going to be applying a negative rotation, let's teleport myself to, let's like add 160, let's add 360 degrees to my rotation. Or I guess, no, I just want a positive rotation. So if I'm going to be spinning backwards, if I'm going to have a negative delta, how do I make the a negative delta a positive delta? Okay, okay. So I make sure that my target is always positive, a positive value, right? So does that matter? I guess I would do this. Control rotation. Let me check if this locks itself to 0 and 1/8 and 360, or like negative, something like that. I don't know. Like if I were to set this to like 1,000, will it rotate to 1,000? Or will it be very adamant about mapping it or something? It doesn't do anything like that. Okay. I think it's all I needed to see there. I'll just add 360 degrees and then rotate backwards to that value. Right? I think this is all I have to do. This keeps me in the positive range. Yeah, then I have to do this again. This kind of sucks. Honestly, this really sucks. I have to write this out twice like that. Let me see if this ever hits. It's just gonna take the shortest direction again. Okay, so my rate's a lot smaller value at least. Difference is 1.0472. $60 degrees, right? I want to rotate a full 60 degrees. So, saying my delta would be diff over the spin rate. So this would say, yeah, about like 1/10 of a second. Actually, like exactly 10.472, and this is 1.047197. Essentially the same value. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Target is 0. Really? Why is my target 0? What? I want to do 0 rotation? I want to rotate from $355 to 0. Oh, I guess what I actually do is not this. This should come out to be like 2 degrees or something, right? I'm rotating from almost 360 to 0. So that's why diff 2 came out to be like such a huge value. All right, let me do this. I have to get a little bit more clever, I guess. Have I'm out of a negative rotation, I'll still be staying positive as I'm going to target. If I go from cylinder rotation to target, or I mean, that means target's greater. Okay, let me do this. I don't know how much of this is really necessary, but okay, so this is the difference if we're going essentially, you know, between the two, I guess. And target's good in cylinder, so this would be diff 2, right? And then I would say if the absolute value is less than that, then I would do this rotation. Otherwise, this is diff and this is diff 2. So in cylinder is greater than target. I guess this one actually stays the same, doesn't it? It's only difference 2 that really changes. So if cylinder is already greater than target, this is weird. This is weird. Right, okay, this makes sense. If target is greater than rotation, then this makes sense. Otherwise, I think, yeah, I just want cylinder rotation. How do I do this? I'm just going from over the target back to the target. But if cylinder rotation is greater, it would actually be from... it would be this. I come back to below the target. And then do this check here. So I would snap to like a negative rotation just to come up. Okay, I think this is right. Okay, so first step is fine, like, whatever. Ooh. It struck here. Okay, so this looks like it would be a problem. Wait, what? That shouldn't have hit at all, I think. $56. I want to go to this value, 10472. 56 to 60 degrees. And I've computed my difference to be 06406. 06406. Yeah, 3.6 something degrees. Okay. So I guess that makes sense. That does come out to like being a really high rate. I guess. I'm doing 3 degrees in one frame. So I guess let me step over that and look at cylinder interpolation. Wait, what? Target. Oh, hang on. Something's weird. I have to set the target. Whenever I do this, I have to set the target for the current value. Because that would be bad bug. Is this really it? What is this? Target delta initial. Oh, right. And that's the duration. So it set the target to what? Wait, 1 second? The difference over the spin rate is what it just set the... Or no, it set the current value to 5? What? Would have done rate or difference 106 over the max spin rate. So 0.06 over... How did that happen? That seems weird. Okay. So it's set... Why is current a null? Initial equals current. Initial. I mean, that's actually fine. That's correct. Initial is a value, target is this value. The delta is 1. It's not correct. Yeah, that's actually not correct. What? This should be -1. Which means diff should have been negative. It should just be like that, shouldn't it? We'd be going backwards. Whoops. This would be positive, this would be backwards. Right. Okay, retry. Slowly getting there. Very, very slowly. How is... oh. And then I don't even have to compute that there. Okay. So we want to go from 0, or I guess 360. Yeah, we'd be doing the shortest rotation. 360 to this value, it's a little bit less. So diff is negative value. Interpolation would be initial to target with this delta, and then duration is about to be set to something. Duration, that's exactly 1/10 of a second. Good. So if I continue, so it did a really big rotation there or something. Okay, but I mean, that's correct, I guess. So I should just hit reload. Cool. Oh, I hit E and I got something here. So it wants me to do from target, essentially 180 degrees exactly, 175 to that value. Okay, so the duration should be really, really low here, right? Should be like a lot less than 1/10 of a second. Yeah, that's a lot less than 1/10 of a second. All right. Ah, whoa. My ears just hurt for a second. I'm gonna leave my headset off for a little bit. I'm gonna give that a break. Okay. So yeah, I mean, that's nothing, right? So now big test is doing this. All right, I clicked pretty fast. Target is 4 or something. The rate is 158 degrees. So I guess let me just click forward and see what the cylinder interpolation comes out to. Okay, cool. A little bit less than 1/10 of a second. And it's going to rotate there. Initial to target, this delta. That makes sense. All right, let me see if I can hit this. I'm going to be paying very close attention to this. Okay, I hit it instantly. Oh, I guess I would do, whoops. Okay, so this needs to break out. Okay, that should not have happened. Why is this happening? How is a target set? What do you mean a target set? What target? You know what, let me, instead of saying the rate is greater than max spin rate, let me say, I guess the absolute value of difference is greater than, and I'm gonna, essentially, I'm gonna be spinning more than, if R, yeah, if we're, oh man, if we're more than a port behind, if I guess essentially what I want to do is that if my target, actually, yeah, and we have a target. Our target is different. To target. And I guess, yeah, I can say, and rate is greater than max spin rate times 2. We get a new target. If we get a new target and teleport. That's what I want to do. If we get a new target and our rate is over double the spin rate, teleport. So I shouldn't get any breaks happening. Okay. Let me try to do like... Oh, just some random stuff. Ooh. Okay, I triggered it. I did trigger it. But it was rotating pretty well for the first few shots. Alright, so our target is 106. Our diff would be 0.67. So alright, sure. So my current rotation is 22.5. I'm going to teleport to 1.065, essentially. You know, maybe I don't do this. No, I kind of have to teleport, right? I feel like I have to. Yeah, I think I gotta teleport there. My first thought was that maybe I don't have to do a teleport. Let me look at this. 1.06534. 06534. I already forgot it. 06354. Or 6534, yeah. So I'll be teleporting from 22.5 to this, so I'll be doing kind of a big... I mean, it's not too big of a jump. Is a tenth of a second fast enough to say, oh, I didn't notice it like spinning, it wasn't in position? I guess I can literally just do that. Essentially my thought here is I should just comment all that out. And instead I do a I do a smaller value between diff and max spin rate, or not actually. I would not do that, because that would be a full second. So I guess let me say here, what would this be? Where's delta factored in? Oh, here it is. Delta. Rate is greater than max spin rate. So could I do... The reason I do this one is because I may need a shorter rotation. But how do I know what the value is? Because I know what I have it set to. It's set to 600 degrees per second. So I want to say that whatever I end up setting here, I guess I thought I would have a minimum value on the diff. So difference would be I don't know, something here, right? Would I just do max spin 1 over max spin rate, or 600 degrees per second? What do I know this value to be? I'll do like 60 over 600. The delta over the rate. Essentially, I want to cap this, but I guess I don't really know what to cap it to. Would it be delta over 1? Delta over 1. 1 over delta over rate. So would it be like 600 over the delta time? So like 600 over... No, that wouldn't make sense. Essentially what I want is like 1 over 0.06, right? Okay. I guess I would say 1 over, what is it? Like that. And then I would do this value over my spin rate to get this value, the maximum value. So what would that be the equivalent of? It would be the equivalent of 1 over this over 600. And my thought was this is probably like the equivalent of a division is the same as a multiplication by the inverse. Okay, but it's on the... This one's on the bottom here. I'm trying to think if I could just slam this down to 1 division. I feel like I don't need 2. I guess I could do 60 times the delta. Is that it? 60 times the delta. This value times that. Okay, not exactly. Oh, this would be 1 over 600 times the delta. Something like that, right? No, I guess my real thought is that I want this to be 1/10 of a second, right? Okay, I was thinking I could probably compute it, but since my delta is sometimes a lot smaller, I'm just gonna do this. Small value between this one and that one. Yeah, simple, right? Simple. So I have no breakpoints now, and I've gone off the screen. And this opened. Alright, let me reload. I'm going to be watching it like a hawk. That actually looked really good. I feel like I can't really tell. It's... That actually looks fine to me. Gah. Whoops. Try that again. That looks fine. Alright, cool. Don't need any of that. Goodbye. I don't know. It looks really good. That was just to handle the case where we're rotating really fast. Alright, what have I done? It's all good. I think this is all good now. What have I done though? I feel like there's probably a lot of empty lines left around. Graph offset. Well, that one I can just restore that right away. I didn't change anything in animation. I know that for a fact. Off revolver, revolver spin to next. There's that method. It does it good. Initially one had the first port. I mean, I just remove that. Animated cylinder rotation. I needed that. That's good. That's a good fix too. Here's an extra line that I added. I saved the angle so that I could stash it there. Save the angle. Item count 1. Let me see what it looks like when I load this with more than one bullet. Because when I pick it up, it should like rotate. I should see a rotation happen. It rotated very, very fast. Maybe I want to do something where if it's a full... What just happened? The game just crashed? Silently? Wait, what? Huh? Is my stream okay? Everything is sending. What was that? Why did it just close? What did I do? I just picked this up, and then I stood still. I even looked over or something. And the game just closed. I think I even like hit escape. My desire for streaming is not here anymore. Tough. That's tough. Sometimes my desire to work on this game like goes to the negative, and I'm like, I really want to do anything else. But fortunately for me, my stream actually helps me stick with it anyway. There's been a lot of times that I look at the time and I'm like, I'm at 8 hours on the stream. I want to be done. I want to stop. But yeah, I mean, at least in my case, that's why I do the stream, is so that I can focus on this and spend a lot of time on it. But I mean, if you're just doing it for fun, you know, it's whatever. Okay, so what was that? What did I do? I feel like that's a really random crash. Fence weight. What? Because the Sky does fences. The Sky uses fences. My friend's Doritos review. Is it funny? Should be funny. That sounds like a funny video. I don't know why that happened, but I think I'm okay. I think I can just go on. So that... It was definitely something I stopped to look at, because I was like, oh, I shouldn't do that. Extra line. There's an extra line. Here. Was it here? Revolver GD, the line above ready is extra. Oh no, I deleted a line. Actually, yeah, I want to do that then. I would like to delete that line. I'm really looking for extra lines. You see? I will see? I currently see? I do currently see. That is true. Oh, I wanted to look at... I wanted to look at, I like those extra lines. Those are good lines. I was really looking if I had any extra lines. I don't have any extra lines. I'll leave those notes there. Those are fine. I actually did want to test loading this with multiple rounds at the start to see how it rotates. And my other thought was I want it to rotate slowly. I don't want it to do like boom, instantly. But maybe I can't stop that. I don't know. I could do like first target. On our first target, I set the rotation to be really high. Or a slow spin. Is that fine? Yeah, actually, I think so. If this is my first target, do I get step functions here? No. If first target, I would do something here. Just spin like I want to do absolute value diff over some spin rate here. So I would do like, this would be the degrees per second. So normally it's 600. Here it would be, Twitch on mobile is a nightmare. Yeah, I bet. I've only used it a few times. I was just like trying to get to a channel that I knew wasn't live, but I wanted to sit on their chat or like watch a video. That was a struggle to figure that out. Normally it's 600, so what if I just do like 60 degrees per second? How long? 60 degrees per second. But I want to take no more than a second. Okay, this seems good. Check it out. Is that the video you've mentioned a few minutes ago? Okay, that still rotated super fast. I mean, that felt really fast, but was it? Let me do a break on both of these and see if one of them is running out the other or something. Alright, so we hit this one, so we're good. So then I'll just hit continue. And we hit here. Oh, I guess this is where I check if the target is the same, isn't it? This is where I have to check that. Cylinder, no. Cylinder interpolation. Yeah, these are the same value. And then I would just do... If we get here, I would just do... man. What do I do? we're over our rate and either cylinder interpolation. Okay. If so, okay, let me say this. If cylinder interpretation is done, or we don't have a target, or cylinder interp target set, and if we have a target, if we're done, or we have a target and it's not the same as the current rotation or the current target, I hate this. I hate this so much. And this whole thing together. This is really, really annoying. Actually, super annoying to write all this out. If the rate is greater than our max spin rate, and we're done interpolating, or we have a target and it's not the same, then do this. Set the target. I hate the way that looks. I read that. I asked, is that the video? And then if it is, I'm not gonna watch it right now. Whoop. I did this. Cool. It is? You really make me work to like understand what you're writing. Delta duration is 1 second. Cool. Okay. The diff is indeed 1 rotation, I think. Yeah. Seems like it. I keep you awake. I had like 3 times or like 2.5 times the amount of coffee I normally have yesterday, and I never felt tired at any point the whole day. But usually I always feel tired like right around 4 or 5 o'clock. I start to feel really tired. Alright, so I'm just gonna hit continue and it shouldn't trigger again. Ooh, it did it. It did it. Today, I'm not going to be having so much coffee, though. That looks really nice. I like how that rotates. All right. Cool. Charges. Awesome. Let me go get these bullets. drink a lot of coffee. I try to go before I drink coffee. It's probably better to do it that way. Alright, it kept up. And if I were to hit... I mean, I can't actually see. But if I were to hit unload... Can I see this if I do this? Okay, I couldn't tell at all, actually. Let me check these out. Oh, where'd they go? Oh, they disappeared really fast. Never mind. See how wrong you are? What? What am I wrong about? What am I wrong about? I was just saying I try to go before I drink coffee. And then the coffee doesn't do anything to me after that. Also, I'm noticing, and this is really annoying, I'm getting messages on the stream like several seconds before they show up in my chat window. I don't know what's up with that. I have to refresh this, I think. I can't see that message. Not drinking coffee. You're saying I should drink coffee before I go? Is that what you're saying? Now it's working. I just had to refresh. Also, for like 2 days, did you see this like module could not load thing? Have you seen that? It might just be an extension that I have that was doing that. But it's gone now. Drink coffee until you feel bad. That doesn't happen to me. I'm glad that I do not feel bad drinking coffee. I think this is done. This seems like it's really good. The first rotation comes out and it goes slow when I pick up the gun. This should be a full like 180-degree spin here when I run this. That looks really cool. I like that. Although I kind of would prefer it to go... Because it starts at 0. This was a forward rotation, right? This was a forward rotation. I would prefer it to go the other way. I feel like that's a human thing to do. A human thing to do. That sounded a little weird the way I said it. I would like this to rotate, prefer, yeah, prefer a backwards rotation, I think, is what this should do. Yeah, Zuck, that was odd. And I was human. I am human. Cool. It did it the way that I wanted to go. Very cool. Now I do 4, and now it's going to rotate backwards, so it's a shorter spin. Cool. It feels weirdly jittery. I'm not sure what's up with that. I'm just gonna blame Godot. Let me go full screen so I can really appreciate this. Alright, it wasn't jittery. It was probably just loading. Like taking a second to load or something. Let me increase this to more like, maybe I say like 9. Like I can do 9 clicks per second. So what's that? What's 1 over 9? That won't work. 0.12, 0.13. Okay. 1 over 0.125. Actually, that's probably a better number. 0.125 if I can't. Because what I know is happening is it's getting here and hitting this. So let's say 0.125, and I'll say the max spin rate would then drop to match that to be this is 600 degrees per second. Huh. Wait, how did I come up with this number? How did I come up with 600? If I'm doing 8 clicks per second, that would translate to, I guess, is this how I came up with it? Like 360 over 10? No. No, that doesn't make sense. What did I do? How did I get to 600? 600 was just 10 60-degree rotations in a second. So this would actually be 8 60-degree rotations in a second. Right. 480. Okay. Alright, this should look not so crazy, I think. I was really looking at this reload. What happens when I hit E? It does this, yeah, it does this bounce. It's really weird. What is that? Yeah, when I charge, it does this, like, strange... It seems weird. Alright. I'm gonna leave that. This is pretty good. This is doing what I want it to do. That feels strange. I will think about it until it bothers me, and probably decide to fix it anyway. But I should not. I should carry on. I should do level blocking. I gotta get the town put in. So let me do that. Level blocking. Oh, and I would be able to mark all my weapon UI as done, actually. I forgot. Let me bring that back to 2. I think. Maybe not. I'm just gonna set everything. I don't care. I do care. A lot, it's just a very small thing. And it's probably fine. And actually, I can mark this as done. That's done. Make each weapon have its own UI scene. Moved. And changed. And I'm doing level blocking now. Finish. Revolver UI. Finish. To match the visual state of the actual, or just of the 3D model on screen. Um, this might even like, yeah, this might be like weapon systems are done. That kind of feels like weapon systems are done. I'm sure I'll figure something else out. Oh, not quite. Yeah, I have attachments. Attachment. There will be one suppressor on the on the uh on the pistol. Um, so not quite there yet, but that'll be future stuff. Once I get zombie AI working and sound will matter. Will probably be about the time that I add the suppressor. Um, that's like, yeah, that's like it. That's all I can. Awesome. Okay. I would actually say I did do this stuff quickly, but it is now time for me to have lunch. So I will be right back with that. Okay. I'll be back in a few minutes. back. I have food and I'm going to eat. I'm back. Alright, what is this stuff you've been sending? I will save those for later. Alright, level stuff. Will I delete the playground? Maybe I'll like keep a real playground here or something. Okay, let me think about this. So I think what I need to do is I need to know, I need to have a better idea of what the layout of this town is before I even start. I think I decided that these would be residential. You know, let me just walk around. Let me just walk around for a second. Because I'm modeling these to scale of a town that's nearby me. So these buildings are, the blocks in the buildings are about the same size. Will I really run if there's this much? Seems like very little space to the house. This is a car for scale. My block car. I think this is like what I have set here. This is like grass and this is a sidewalk. But I feel like I'm really close to these houses. I feel like I'm really close to the house. Like this would pretty much just be a fence right there. And then here, I guess the parking is on the street. So you park on the street there. There's even the road at the back that you can drive on. How does this go? What are these? Is there like a road? Is there like a path back here? Like there'd be a path that leads just straight through? Maybe goes here and then it turns down this way? I don't know. Maybe just a path straight back here. These buildings feel really small too. I mean, I guess they are this small, because like I said, I modeled them after actual buildings. There's scale. What was this? This was like a shop on the corner, I think, is what this is. Or just a differently sized house, I don't know. Like maybe you would have a driveway here or here. You have some parking. How fast am I moving? I feel like I don't have enough scale items here. Like I can't really tell. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm in like a full sprint, honestly, when I move. This is kind of fast. You know? It's like a run speed, I think. I mean, I guess, yeah, it would just be like a little path up to the door or something. Also, am I for sure that this is how far, or this is the location of the town? I think I am pretty certain this is the location of the town. I'm gonna jump back into it, just walk around a bit more. I think I want to try walking. It's gonna be a long walk. And when I say walk, I of course mean run, because that's how fast I'm going. I'm going at a run speed. I want to walk all the way to a few points here. Run. Just see what the real distance is here. See how it feels. Pretty much walking. I'm just gonna say walk. When I say walk, I mean run. This guy is booking it. Definitely a sprinting speed. This is pretty big. I mean, if I think about playing Halo, you can pretty much run through a level in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If there were no enemies, if it was just walking, just you going from point A to point B, you could do it in like 5 minutes. Okay, so I've gone over here, which is where I wanted to go first. I guess I could also look at the sun and see like how long it's taking me relative to the length of a day. Time is passing, yeah. Do I need to think about how I'm going to convert the block to the meshes? Like, how will I do roads? Currently, I just have it set up so that these things are like pathing along a curve when I do this. This one's set up with a curve. And I would, finish doing all the roads, because this would not be a dirt road. This would be a paved road. But now I want to walk to the cabin. It's been an in-game hour, because I think I have it set to like exactly noon or something. Maybe we're like, actually I don't remember what time it was set to. This is a lot of movement, for sure. They will have a vehicle in the game. Should I, I don't know, what should I do? I feel like it wouldn't be too hard to, set up a vehicle really quickly. Would it? Because a vehicle is basically just a rigid body that moves on wheels. And it's all rigid body stuff. It's definitely not too far to travel. just by walking. With no vehicle. Zombie. I'm more just trying to think about how much planning should I be doing? What should I really be putting in the town? Because I think I just want to start with the town. But should I know what's in the town before I start placing buildings? Because towns are built in certain ways. I'm making this one more like a... I mean, it has to be. It's kind of like a dense town, I guess. But it's not very large. It's going to have a lot of buildings in close proximity. Shops will be next to those buildings. None of them will be particularly large. I don't know. This is a weird thing for me because I'm really used to having an exact idea of what I'm making. But the more I think about it, the more I think I just have to like get in there and just start placing buildings. And if I have to move stuff around, then I have to move stuff around. That's the part that I kind of don't want to do. I don't want to do moving stuff around. I want to have it all there. I want to know exactly what I'm doing, so every time I place a building, I'm like, alright, this is that building. I need this much space around it. I need to make sure I have the road here. I mean, I did level stuff in Halo, like Halo Reach. I would make forge levels. The thing is, I always had a pretty good idea of what I wanted. This one I really don't have much of an idea. I just have roads. And I think not even all the roads are here. I mean, I guess they actually are all here. I don't remember. Maybe you should look at that map I made. Start placing buildings. That's weird. How do I do that? Maybe I should like see if there's any good ideas or guides or something like that. Like, hey, how to design a town. Maybe I should look up how to design a city, because this is more. I'm more like taking a cut out of a city and just putting it here, without all the tall buildings. What is this? Some weird texture there. Yeah, I think I just gotta start throwing down buildings. I do with roads? Alright, you know what? Let me just... I know it's going to be tedious and this is going to be a really long process. There's no way I think I can really think that far ahead and be like, oh, I know that if I place these sidewalks here, I'll be able to quickly swap them out for some asset. Okay. Go in Minecraft? That would be a good idea. But that would take a really long time because I don't have mods to like quickly place blocks. A lot of blocks. A big world for an indie game? Probably not. But I'm confident that I can do it and not too much time. A map building world, a Quake one. Right. I mean, I've already got one. You know, I may as well look at this because I know I've heard about it a few times. What is it, like Godot? No, Godot level plugin. I think he probably links it. I think he links this. No. I did take the grid textures from him, though. Or not from him, I went to the source and got different textures. What is this? I think someone probably gives... Someone's got to link this, right? Or like mention it. I don't know if this works right now. I think this is still broken. Yeah. What is this? Small streamers, what is this? If I started streaming in 20... How does YouTube know that I'm streaming? I have never looked up or searched for any of those videos. How does it know? Maybe because I'm on my vlog channel or something. There's some... Oh, Godot links it. They do that. They have this. Your phone is recording your voice. Dude, they just know. I don't know how, but they just know. I think they must have like detected that my videos I'm uploading are like streaming videos. Manual. 3D. Procedural geometry. Tools. Prototyping. They are like, here's these plugin names you should look at. Right? Hey, look, it's the same. What? No, they totally like... Oh, there it is. Funk, Godot, or Cyclops level builder. The Quake map file format. Do they have any, like... Oh, they have you editing in a different thing. And then it imported. I mean, I'm not really doing this kind of thing, though. This is more like an, you know, like an open world level. I'm not making an interior. YouTube video? Maybe I'll use this? I don't know. I don't think I need to.
Hello everyone. So, it's been about 8 months and I'm finally ready to release Cyclops Level Builder version 102.
Okay.
There's been quite a bit changed since the 101 release.
Alright, why is the music all the way in my left ear though?
And I decided to go over all the major features in this video. The user interface can still be a bit awkward. This is due to some compromises I had to make to be able to integrate it into Godot's viewport editor. So, without further ado, here is Cyclops
I sure hope this
Level
isn't
Builder
copyrighted.
102. To install Cyclops Level Builder, open the zip file and then drag your add-ons folder into your project. Then, when that's done, go back into your main project and
Did Godot not have this until recently? Oh, they do.
wait for the Godot editor to import
No,
everything.
I guess it's just...
And when this happens, there are going to be some error messages printed here. This is due to the auto load not loading right away. We're going to have to do that manually for now, so let's come up here to Project, Project Settings, click on Auto Load, and then we're going to click the Browse folder, come down here to Add-ons, Cyclops Level Builder, click on Cyclops Global Scene, and we're going to change this from Global Scene to Auto Load. And click Add. And once that's done, come over here to Plugins, and click on the plus to enable the plugin. Now, just to make sure everything's been loaded properly, we're going to reload our scene. Project, reload current project. Let's save and reload.
All right, this guy's gonna crank up a little bit faster.
And when it comes back up, we should be ready to go. All right, it looks like everything loaded properly. And let's even go ahead and create our first block. Let's create a new scene, a 3D scene. And if you come down here, click on Cyclops and click on Create Block, there you have the first Cyclops block for your scene. If you have a Cyclops project that you started working on in version 100 or 101, you're going to need to upgrade it to work with 102. To do this is easy enough. Just open up your project in Cyclops 102 and click on the Cyclops Blocks root node here. When you do that, you're going to see this Upgrade Cyclops Blocks button appear in the toolbar. Just click that, and when it's finished, you'll see that it created a whole new folder called Cyclops Blocks Upgraded that has all the new blocks in it. And you can just click on that to see all those new blocks. Your old project is still here, so if you want to go back to the old one for some reason, you can just delete this newly generated folder and click on Cyclops Blocks and open the eye icon, and all your old files are still there. The way blocks work in Cyclops Level Builder 102 has been completely changed from the way they work in 101. Now the blocks appear in the scene tree, and you can move them wherever you want them to. To give you a demonstration, I'm going to click on a block here, and whenever you click on a block, that causes this toolbar to appear. This is a special toolbar for manipulating the blocks directly. It only appears when a block is selected, so if you want to use Cyclops, you have to make sure any block, it doesn't matter which one, any block is selected to make this appear, and then you can use the tools to move and manipulate your blocks. If you want to create a second one, I'm going to use the console down here to create a second block. This isn't the way you'd normally do it, but this works. Then you can click on that to select it. And you can change the selection by picking the block you want up here. You can even shift-click to select multiple blocks to move them at the same time. You can also group them. I'm going to create a node 3D here. and move the block 1 into the node 3D. And you'll notice that it's even possible to move this. If I'm going to use the regular Godot move command, and you can see when I move the node 3D, the child block comes along with it. And if I hide the node 3D command, then I hide all the blocks that are children of it too. If the block itself is selected, then the regular gizmos don't work. And you can see if I highlight and try to drag on it, nothing happens. It just sort of highlights and then nothing more happens. That's because when the way this is designed, whenever a block is selected, I am overriding whatever the mouse does. So even though you have things selected up here in the Godot toolbar, it's really going into this Cyclops block bar. So this is the actual tool that is getting the commands. So no problem though, because I have this other gizmo that works with Cyclops. So if you have the block selected with Cyclops, just make sure you're using the Cyclops manipulator rather than the Godot manipulator. The Move tool will allow you to move blocks around your scene. To use it, make sure a block is selected in the tree over here, and click on the arrows to move the tool. If you click and drag on an arrow, then the block will move along that axis. If you click and drag on one of these squares, then it will move on an entire plane. If you hold the middle mouse button and click and drag, then you can rotate the cursor so you can get a better view of what's going on. If you want to select several blocks, hold down the Shift key and click on other blocks to add them to your selection. Now, when you move them, the entire block group will move. To use the rotation tool, select the block you want to rotate and then click on the rotation button. Blocks you want to rotate, toolbar. Side of an existing block, your new block will automatically orient itself to the face that you drew on. Now you can click and drag in empty space to create new blocks, or if you click and drag on the side of an existing block, your new block will automatically orient itself to the face that you drew on. You can also drag in overhead mode. I'm going to press 7 on the numpad here to go into top view. And now we can create blocks just by clicking and dragging them like this. And if we come back down here to side view, you can see the new blocks. Now, if you would like these overhead view blocks to be a different height, you can come down here to default block height, change that to 0.25 or whatever you want. And now, when we go back into overhead mode,
I mean, I guess it's good to like have this in case I need it, but in case I want to use it for something. But I don't think I'm going to do any of this.
And just like the other two tools, you can go into overhead mode. And when you're in overhead mode, the top is going to be, the height is going to be filled in automatically for you. The stairs tool allows you to create several blocks at once in the formation of a staircase. Make sure a block is selected and select the stairs tool.
Because I've already got all this. I even have my own stair thing.
Stairs. Now when you drag up, you will see a preview of your stairs, and you still have the ability to manipulate this. If you use the mouse wheel, you can change the direction that the stairs are pointing in. And if you hold down cut a bottom here, and now this block is in 3 pieces. You can also create an angled clip by selecting the block that you want to cut on an angle. Select your clip tool, and place 3 clip points instead of 2. Now when you press enter, the angled plane that you selected will be cut out from your block.
That's nice.
The vertex tool allows you to manipulate individual vertices in your block. Just make sure your block is selected, click on the vertex tool, and these little black dots will appear representing the vertices. You can then click on them to select them, and you can click and drag on them to move them around. If you select more than one vertex, then both will be moved at the same time. You can also select multiple blocks and then move several vertices simultaneously. The edge tool is similar to the vertex tool, but it works on edges. Make sure the block that has the edges you want to manipulate is selected.
I'm sure he has a way to export this as mesh too, right? Should I get this? Hello?
The materials brush allows you to quickly apply materials to each of your blocks. In order to use it, make sure that you have material selected down here in the material editor. Make sure that at least one block is selected over here, and click on the materials brush tool to activate it. Now, when you click on a block in your scene, it will have the material applied to it from the material editor. If you want to use a different material, just select that, and now the block will apply that material. Now, by default, it's going to color in the entire, all sides of your block, but you can do individual faces too. Just click individual faces, and now, when you color with individual faces, only the face that you clicked on will be affected. Now, it's also possible to erase the materials. Just click on Erase Materials, and now what this will do is remove any material you might have applied to the block in case you want to do that. Now, you can also paint things other than materials. If we uncheck Paint Materials and we check on Paint Color, this will affect the underlying vertex color of these blocks. By default, they're set to white, but you can set them to something else. So we can set that to red. And now when we click on this block, it turns red. And if you click on a block with material on it, it will turn that color too, provided your material is set up to use vertex colors. If your material does not use vertex colors, you might see nothing at all. If we want to choose a different color, we can also do that. And now our face will turn to that color. Finally, we can change the visibility of these faces by turning on Paint Visibility. And now this switch at the bottom here will tell us whether the face will become visible or invisible. So by default, it's going to be off, and if we paint on a face, it just disappears. So this can be useful if you want to have a perfectly see-through face that is not even rendered in the first place. If you want to turn that back on, just click on Visible, and that will turn the face's visibility flag back on again. The Materials window is a place where you can organize your materials before applying them to your scene. To use it, all you need to do is take materials that you've developed in the regular way in Godot and click and drag them from your scene tree into your scene. Once they're there, you can select them to be able to use them. Select a block you would like to apply the material to, double-click on it, and it will be applied to the block. The Face Properties window allows you to edit the properties of individual faces. To use it, select the block you want to manipulate, go into Face Mode, select the face that you want to change, and now you can edit the properties of that face right here. You can change its X offset by clicking and dragging there. You can change its Y offset the same way, change the scale, stretch it or narrow it, and you can even rotate it, or even skew it, which gives it a bit of an angle. You can turn the visibility of faces off and on by toggling the visible flag to make it invisible or non-invisible. And you can even change the vertex color of the mesh itself by clicking on color.
Invisible or non-invisible.
That your material is going to be overlaid upon. The Tool Properties window will show you extended options for different tools. Not every tool in the toolbar has extra options, but some do, and when they do, they will adjust the behavior of the tool. Just click on the tool, and when it's activated, if it has any extra options, they will appear in the Tool Properties area. Cyclops 102 has a new snapping system. When you first start using it and you try moving a block around, you'll notice that it snaps to these 1-unit grid squares. If you don't want them to snap to the grid at all, you can click on the magnet icon and to turn it off, and now you can move your block wherever you want without the snapping. Let's turn snapping back on and examine the two snapping modes we have. If you click on the drop down, you can switch between grid and vertex snapping mode. Let's start with grid. When you're on grid, and you come over here to the snapping properties, you can configure exactly how this snaps to the grid. First of all, the power of 2 scale. This will double or half the grid squares you snap to. So you can see right now we're snapping to every 1 meter grid square. If we set this to -1, we are now snapping to every half square. If we set this to -2, we are now snapping to the quarter squares. You can also change the unit size of the grid you're snapping to. By default, this is going to be the 1 meter grid that is Godot's default to, but you can change that to whatever you want. So maybe you want to snap to every 2nd meter, so just set that to 2. There are a number of useful presets. If you come down here and select yards, this is now going to snap to every yard instead of every meter. And if you select feet, it will now snap to feet. The subdivisions section allows you to subdivide your basic unit. So for example, if we go back to yards here, notice the subdivisions is set to 3. Now if we click on use subdivisions,
because being the American I am,
we're going to snap to every
building an American town based on American units.
Same thing if you select feet, the subdivisions are now 12,
which are based on imperial units.
And for meters, by default the subdivisions are 10, but you can change that to whatever you want to. So you can see we're now snapping to every 1/10 of a meter. Finally, the transform preset section is useful.
All the towns are measured really closely in feet. Like I was on Google Maps, like measuring the distance of stuff, and I was surprised how many things were like exactly to an integer value of feet.
Example: suppose you want to make a grid of hexagons.
Almost everything in the town that I was looking at was
a square-based system like this. So you can see I have 2 presets. One is the cube grid, which is just the default, and then I also have an equilateral triangles section, which makes it easier to snap to triangles. So to give you an example, let's switch over here to the prism mode. And let's put in a quick prism. And let's see, let's select that. Snap that to the grid. All right, and now what we can do is manipulate the edges so that these all fall on the bounds of a hexagon. Vertex snapping mode will allow you to snap the vertices of your mesh to a neighboring
What?
mesh.
What?
It's not complete. And then I also have an equilateral triangles section, which makes it easier to snap to triangles. So to give you an example, let's switch over here to the prism mode. And let's put in a quick prism. And let's see, let's select that. Snap that to the grid. All right, and now what we can do is manipulate the edges so that these all fall on the bounds of a hexagon. Vertex snapping mode will allow you to snap the vertices of your mesh to a neighboring mesh. It's not completely working yet, but it will work for the most common case, which I think is snapping vertices to the vertices of neighboring
Snap to the
meshes.
bounds of a
Make
hexagon,
sure
and then he
vertex
quickly
mode, and
jumps
you can
away.
click and drag your vertex, and when it gets close to the vertex of another mesh, it will snap into place. Just like that. The snap radius down here in the properties panel indicates the number of pixels on the screen, at which point the snapping takes over and you will do the snap. The display mode dropdown will affect how the blocks are displayed on screen. By default, you'll be seeing them in materials view, but if you'd like to see just the bare blocks without any materials, you can select mesh, and you'll get this neutral version that just shows the blocks themselves with no materials on them. And if you'd like to go for wireframe, you can get a wireframe view of your entire model. This can be a little bit hard to see with Blender's default lighting, but you can set up the world to make the background whatever color you want to make the wireframe a little bit easier to see. There are some Boolean operations available from the drop-down menu.
I was just thinking about this. I was like, what if I want to have a building start from a block?
Select both of them, and then from the menu here, select merge selected blocks. Now you'll notice that this has sort of given you the, if you can imagine a shrink wrap going over both of your two original objects. Because Cyclops works with convex blocks, this is the expected behavior. And all this is a single new block that is the bounds, the shrink wrap bounds of the two previous blocks that you had. You can also subtract one block from another. Let's select these two, and if we go to menu, subtract block, that will subtract the active block, that was the slightly lighter colored one, from all the other blocks that are selected. And this is a useful way that you can make doors and other holes in objects. And you can see, because we have to stay with the convex nature, it actually split that second block into several smaller pieces, all of which are convex. It tries to create the smallest number of possible pieces it needs to cut the second block into to retain the convex nature of the split. And finally, you can do the intersection of two blocks. Let's select these and come up to menu and intersect blocks. And that will simply show you what is left over. This is the section that was previously the overlap of the two blocks that were on top of each other. There's now an option for changing your Cyclops blocks directly into Godot mesh objects. Make sure at least one block is selected, and then come up to menu and go down to convert to Godot mesh. And when
Also, the option export to GLTF there.
Added a new converted blocks section down here. So if we turn off our Cyclops blocks, we don't see them anymore. What we're going to see is the newly generated blocks. And the reason why you might want to do this is if you want to bake lighting, or if you want to do physics properties, or just work with these as meshes and collision shapes all by themselves. This is a way to do it. Unfortunately, there isn't really a way to bake lighting on the Cyclops blocks themselves and get them to work in the editor at the same time too. So this is a bit of a workaround, and it's also just a useful way to convert your mesh if you want to do that for some other reason as well. You can export your file in GLTF format by going to the menu.
All right, I'm going to use this. The add and subtract are really, like the merge and subtract stuff is really necessary. So I'm glad that's in there. What version is this for? 4.2 and later. All right. Music comes back. Right. Whoops, wrong button. I don't understand this thing where it, like, makes you, like, wait 2 seconds to click something. Okay. Roads are still going to be an issue though, because it says it only works in convex shapes, which is totally fine. But that will make roads a problem. Curved roads a problem. Which maybe I won't use it for that. I mean, I've already got the roads basically, so. What am I trying to do here? Where is this? Oh, right. I forget what this is. I gotta look it up. It's just to unzip. Okay. I never remember. Okay. Now what do I do? It's this really weird haze. Okay, I gotta close the window behind me. It's still there. Alright, it's gone enough. And I think my brightness is way too high. Should I just... Nope. It's really bright. There we go. Alright, so... pretty much say, put it there. Select auto load. Add global scene. Set it to auto load. Click add. Plugins, enable. Okay. Simple enough. I may not even have to do that. Maybe I do. I don't know. Project. Globals. Auto load. It's not there. The scene. And then reload project. I'm getting real tired. Huh. It's like getting dark. It's probably what it is. Why are we not reloading? It says it's still running. Now it's okay. It crashed apparently. There was too much for it. It could not do it. Is that what really happens? Like it starts getting darker, it's like slowly getting dark and overcast. And your brain is just like, alright, that's it. It's time to sleep. Alright, Cyclops has appeared. So I will just make a new 3 here and do town. And do I just like click create block? Oh, there it is. Everything showed up. Where's our block? Can I focus on that? I would not say that's a block. I would not say that's a block. Is that not how that works? It's there apparently. What? Um, Out of bounds. I spelled it right. Yeah. I'm assuming I can't see anything here because this is... Or this is all here because the auto load worked. Is it the script of the scene? I think you said it was the scene, right? Which I thought was weird. Is it not the scene? It is the scene. Make sure that... Oh. Cyclops autoload. Add block. What is this? What is this? This is me. This is something that I have here. Rifle animation player. Why is rifle animation player broken? This stupid stuff just breaks sometimes. It's because it's like set to null or something. Like it shows it. It shows it here, but it's really not. Okay, what is this, dude? Node not found empty. I'm gonna rest my legs. Rest your legs. You mean rest your legs? What's the issue here? Go rest your legs, I guess. I don't know. What's broken here? Perimeter root object node is null. Yeah. Why are we doing this? Why did I just get darker? Complex volume index out of bounds get index 8. Parameter mesh is null. What? How is there like... I mean, it's something I could probably fix, but like... That's weird. Do I actually have to build it? This looked like it was all just... GD script. Like there's no... Yeah, there's no bin stuff here. Okay. That should be mentioned, I think. I mean, yeah, they say... Wait, 1.2. Wait, what? I have 1.4. Create add-on archive. What does this do? Does this even do anything? No, this doesn't do anything. This just puts it in a zip. That's weird. I mean, I can just go fix these bugs. Like, this is something pretty obvious to me. An 8. I'll just go fix them for myself. Math, convex volume. 230. Wow. What the hell? It's a big file. 1,000 lines. 293. I. For I in range data vertex points size. That would probably be the issue. Okay, and it did convert it to spaces, so oh well. And then I probably have to delete or reload project. But I mean, I guess I can just try, see if it works anyway. Oh, I still got out of bounds 8. Oh, packed byte array. Packed byte array. Oh, vertex selected. Out of range. What is data? Packed vector 3 array. Selection data. Resize. Get vertex data, vector name. Vertex data, vector name. Dictionary. This is really weird. This seems strange. $293 vertex selected I. How is there? I mean, this is like immediately, like I can't even make a face. I can't do anything. Oh wait, that is one thing I didn't think of. I didn't think about how navigation would work. Okay. I'm not going to use this. Not really because it doesn't work, but because wait, is this even the... Weird. Navigation? But also because I'm not quite sure. I mean, it just put the idea in my head. Will this work with... what is it? Navigation meshes? To make it work, I'd have to like export them all as a mesh and then run from that. Also, this guy's got a lot of issues opening. Yeah, he just like spammed us like crazy. What the hell? Dude. Dude. These are not issues, these are suggestions. That's not how you use this. That's not how you use GitHub, man. You put this in discussion. Not making an issue for, I think it would be cool if this was here. I mean, I guess if he wants him there, sure, but I mean, that's like really, really silly. Oh, yeah, these are all default. Okay. That's annoying that it doesn't work. But I guess, you know, whatever. Whatever. Yeah, index 8 is weird. How is there index 8? You only need 8. You need 0 to 7 vertices. Index 8. Oh well. I'm just gonna remove it. That's a script with parse error. What? Wait, what? How did I accidentally delete that like twice? That was definitely like I clicked one button and it deleted like several files. Okay. Oh well. Alright, cool. Back to the normal errors. Alright. Time to slam down some blocks. Also, I gotta make these like all locked. So I can't select these. Lanes. Okay. I've locked it all down. I also want to lock down these, actually. Oh, they're already locked. Okay. Wait, were they already locked? Oh, they were. I should have just looked. Okay. Um, why is this in a group? Oh, terrain nav group. That's it. Okay. So I will start. Um, I want to do the roads. I'll do the roads. Although I have no idea which one of these this is. It's one of these. Has all the lines on it. I want to go and copy that. Iris. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the road material itself black. Flat black. Here we go. Okay. And I was messing with like parking spots, but can I, if I just have the material, can I just drag it onto these? Why do these keep opening? I swear I was not modifying some of these things recently, and yet these keep reopening. Nope. Alright, well I guess let me do that. Yeah, these just open back up again. Stop it, please. I do not have shotgun clicked over there. I promise. Should I like... No, I'm not going to use that. I was going to say, should I make a mesh or a material for roads? I'm not going to do that. I am just making them dark. Right. Now, I guess I could just do sidewalks around the whole thing, or should I do like the center of the roads? Probably just do the center of the roads. It's like a divot here in the terrain. Don't know why. There was. It looked like somewhere over here. Yeah, the ground detaches a bit. I'd like it to not do that. Real roads don't look like that. I missed a road there, apparently. Okay. Alright, what road did I miss? That's like Iris or something, right? Isn't that what this was? I just totally missed these ones somehow. I thought I clicked it. Well, I thought I clicked on each one of these and added it. I guess I didn't. I imagined it. Alright, so yeah, my thought was probably just connecting all the roads. I guess I could change the cutouts to be just not cutouts. Yeah, honestly, let me just like remove. Well, I don't know. I don't think I. Okay, let me just do a new group. Just call it intersections. And just add these in. Should definitely give these names, right? You know, let me do this. Let me delete that. Duplicate this. Just call it intersections. Make it union. And set all these to 0.1. I think. Yeah. Can I set... Wait, can I set them to true for all of them at once? Oh, I can. Nice. Control Shift L to unlock. Okay. Essentially, I'm just gonna go to these and like line them up there on these parts. Hello? What is going on? I can't grab this one. Oh. Strange. I think it's all of them. Okay. I have intersections now. And then I guess I should do the road lines. I mean, it's gonna need to be done, right? Or should I even bother? Should I even bother? That's not really level blocking. That's like art thing. Let me not even bother with that. Let me do instead sidewalks. So yeah, these are really just gonna be like kind of all over the place. So I'm kind of just gonna go for it here. Also, snapping is like not. Oh yeah, there it is. Although I think, yeah, they're like weird. Yeah, let me delete these road pieces. They don't need to be there. Yeah, what is this road cutout thing? It's a box. Oh, you know what? I think I should just have this be up here. Just call this the grass. What is going on here? No, there's like a second shape here or something. Something's weird. Why are there two corners in the same? I'm tripping. What the hell? Alright, let me remake the corner, because I've like done these kind of weird. Let me just redo these. I definitely did these really weird. No cutout. Well, actually, I mean, I kind of want to keep that actually. No road. This edge will go up here and be called grass. Okay, delete that one. And in fact, really, it's not even like anything. It's just the grass, actually. Because the sidewalk can extend all the way forward. Alright, 1 minute. I've got to take the dog out. We'll be right back. I'm back. I am falling asleep. Look at that. I think for these sidewalks, they really just need this shape, right? Right. And then I would do like this height is really weird. But I just do this. Yeah, I think it's just do it like this. My corners are just these discs. I can delete those and just use the straight lines here. The most unrealistic thing about Batman, in my opinion, is his sleep schedule. Yeah, I guess so. It's possible. You know, you just wake up for like your one public meeting or something, and then you sleep until night. Then you wake up and you do your Batman stuff. You know, the Batman stuff. See, I think what I want to do is I just want to have like blocks here. I don't want to do any... I don't like these, like... things. Well, not quite. Is this... Should I really group these up? Can I get past 30 with this weird-ass sleep schedule? Ugh. Ooh, okay. I don't know what's going on. My left ear just starts hurting. I might have been wearing headphones too much. I might have a problem. I could have developed a problem. Anyway, I actually got soda because I feel like I was falling asleep so much, which is going to make it worse. It's going to make me feel a bit more awake for maybe an hour, and I'm going to crash really hard. And I've got 4 hours left of stream. So I don't like the way that Coke tastes. I feel like they changed something. I would go long periods of time without ever drinking Coke, and then I would have it, and I'd be like, oh yeah, it just tastes the same as always. And then I like drank Coke Zero for a little bit, and maybe that's what really did it. But I swear now it tastes totally different. I feel like they must have changed it. There's no way that Coke tastes the way that it does right now. Yeah, I'm just gonna delete all those. Goodbye, sidewalks. The first thing I see is Alex Jones told me. Alex Jones told me Coke companies are experimenting with a new mind-controlling substance to sway the next election cycle. Started making my own Coke at home. Yeah. That's kind of funny. How you say that? Either they change the recipe and like it tastes really bad, or I just developed a hate for how it tastes after drinking Coke Zero for like not very long. Maybe that was their plan. They wanted everyone to like Coke Zero, so they pushed it really hard on ads, and then they made regular Coke slowly taste like shit over a month. So only people who didn't drink it for that month would have noticed a huge change, but everyone who was drinking it were like, you know, they wouldn't really notice. Maybe that's what it was. That's what happened. Right about everything except what he was wrong about. Yeah. There was at least one thing that he was wrong about. At least one. Why is there just like grass? Why does it start at grass too? Hey, Cinna. Cinna strikes. What does that mean? By the way, what's Cinna and what are they striking? Cinna is my name. And what are you striking? Are you striking? You're just striking in general. I'm a samurai. I do heavenly strikes. Okay. Cool. Heavenly strikes. Am I gonna put sidewalks everywhere like this? I mean, I guess I can just put it all there, and then if I don't want a sidewalk there, I can delete it easily. Have you ever seen a samurai? I've not. I don't think, pretty sure samurais aren't walking around. But if there are real samurais, that would be cool to know. Are these all the same width? I feel like some of these are not. They are. You never know. My name is Olmec. That is my name. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do sidewalks everywhere. In fact, I don't know. I was gonna say over here on this section, I'm gonna do like no grass, or like do it differently. I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping me. I guess I could just do that. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. That's my idea. This organization is awful. I know it is. So I'm just gonna make this like an extra meter wide. Maybe I should make this sidewalk large as well. I will do that. This sidewalk will also be large. Although it needs to be rounded. It does have to be rounded. Oh, I guess you can just make the round grass round concrete. Right? Man. And then I actually needed more concrete over here. Okay. Why is that so dark? Oh, I think my shadows are just like perfectly aligned right now. I should take that off. Cool. And then same thing on this side. Really pay attention to where this was. Should this be? Yeah, this would just be like 1.5. I guess it should be 2. Because this is like a wider sidewalk for more traffic. And these would be curbs too. Should I model that? I don't think I need to. I don't want to get too nuts with this. I'm just getting the ideas down. Oh, what is that? There's grass there. Should be no grass there. Did you send that right as the music turned off? You said that right as the song changed. Skyline is good though. I might put on my headphones for that. I had to take them off because my ears are hurting. Probably means that I'm wearing them too much. Right, these are 3 wide. What the hell? That was weird. What's your favorite band? I don't really have one. I really just like music from video games. 3.5. And then, yeah, same thing there on this side. Is video games the best music ever? Probably Minecraft. Although I like a lot of stuff. I almost always find myself listening to Minecraft music. What about you? What are your games / bands of choice? What is this? Something seems strange there. I don't know why. Super Heaven, Dark Souls 3. Ah, man, I really gotta add music from Dark Souls 3. That's what I need. Because I like a lot of that music. I've yet to really sit down and listen to them, though. Okay. All right. Big concrete sidewalks there. This is a very big, empty piece of land there. Did I have an idea for that? I have like yeah, I really changed this around. I just have like an alley going through that. Is that what my idea was? This doesn't really make sense. What are these roads here? That's not a road. You can't just put a road there. Oh, right. And then I had, I didn't actually change the size of these. Or it's not necessarily the size of the roads. I think these were just roads that would be 2 lanes. And these would be roads that are 4 lanes. Was that my idea? Or like parking and no parking? Probably. Can I like just put a road here? Is this possible? Why do I have that drawn there? I can't go there. I don't know. This one I had 2 roads here, but this would connect there. I don't understand. What are these like? Why did I draw it like this? This is really weird. What are these like gray roads that are right next to it? Because I've drawn these. What is that? Because I have them here too. Or is this just slightly transparent? No. What does it mean? What did I mean when I drew this like a month ago? Just alleys? What is this? Why are they drawn over each other? I can only assume that I drew like the gray version and then I drew like the final roads over the top, but then I just left these here, these gray bits here anyway and forgot to remove them and now they're distracting me and I don't know why they're here. I mean, this one's not even correct either because this is an alley. This is an alley, not a road. Alright, I'm just going to say that that map is busted. Do I have anything else drawn on it that I want to keep? Because I think it might just be time to remove this map. No, I don't have anything else drawn on this, except for the roads. Alright, it's gone. No more map. I'm gonna assume that I intended to have an alley here. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put an alley here. Want a game with good songs? Check this small little game known or called Guitar Hero 3. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, that's just a that's just music. That's not really game music. Okay, this is pretty big actually. Like, I think I need to put a few more. Let me do this. I'm gonna put a few more cars around, just so I like can maintain some sense of scale. Right? Just put some cars around here. So I'm like, wow, yeah, that's pretty big. You know, that's car size. Just put some cars around here. Maybe even like driving the right way on the road, you know? Where else should I probably have a car? Right over there. I don't know. Here? Here? Blast this playlist. I will make my own playlists, but I will look at that later. Actually, I can't put this here, can I? Because that's a road. Well, I guess this wouldn't be an alley. This would just be a big sidewalk, right? Down the back. Blast it, John. Let me do that. This won't be an alley. It'll just be a very big sidewalk that you could, in theory, drive a car on if you wanted. It is definitely car-sized. A car-sized sidewalk. John. It's not a sidewalk if it's right in the middle. I mean, thinking about it, that will be a fun thing to do, you know? You're going down this road, you're like, oh, look at that, an alley. You're like, nope, that's just a sidewalk. Alright, so how big is car size here? Let me make it like car size wide. It's pretty wide. I wonder if road markings would actually help keep my sense of scale. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna drag this in so I can just put a regular sidewalk next to it. Or no, I won't do that. I won't drag it in. It'll be out to the road. What was that? Why do I just like go into rotate mode? I just don't really know what to do. I feel like I don't just want to mindlessly start throwing in sidewalks without really thinking about it. I will put grass over here though, actually. I think that would make sense. You know, you're a city planner. You're like, we gotta put grass on it, at least like for a couple 100 feet when people drive in. So it doesn't look like we're just a slab of concrete. Went to visit my last place of work. Saw a sign with a pic of me saying not even a cup of water. What does that mean? That is very cryptic. And this will be round grass. Round grass 2, of course. I'm gonna make food. You're not gonna explain that at all. I'm not gonna get to know why there was a sign of you. What does this mean? I'm hitting W and E apparently. Except only E works. Can I take the? I'm gonna take those off. I don't like those shortcuts. They're really messing with me. I really don't need those. Okay, I just meant W, I guess. Don't do that. E. Don't do that. And that's probably all I needed. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah. Did I make this? I don't think it matters. I was wondering if I made that too large. I don't think it matters. This little intersection thing. Yeah, this one will also be grass, but that side won't be grass. It will be concrete over there. Did I have anything that I've left here that I need to commit? Rifle scene? Just that. That thing keeps appearing and disappearing so much. I don't know what's wrong with Godot. Like, that particular scene is just messed up, and that has happened a lot. The rifle scene just really doesn't like that. It is set up the exact same way on every other weapon. Literally every weapon. And I know for a fact it's been the rifle that just keeps adding and deleting that line and then complaining in errors saying that it was like bad or something. I don't know. So I cannot find null node. Or like path is null. Is that thick? It is. I would like a thin. What is that? Oh, I don't have the select tool, that's why. Okay. Regular concrete up to here, and then it will become... actually, that'll just stay regular concrete all the way across. Can I just do this? I'm just gonna do this. I feel like it really doesn't like that, so I'm gonna not do that. I just get a feeling about that. And then grass along the side. Okay. Grass And now again, I think. Maybe. I know that this side's gonna be wide concrete, so I'm gonna do that. If I can have it. Yep. Wide concrete there. What is this road? What is over here? These are definitely like restaurants and shops here. Which is why I'm doing the large concrete. And why there's an alley at the back. I say an alley. It's just like a path. Right? There will be storefronts inside of here. Or I say storefronts. Is that really possible? Is this large enough? I think it is. Yeah, this is definitely big enough to have like a building facing this way and then a building with its entrance over here. Ooh. I even got an idea. Like, maybe here or here, there'd be like, what is it? Just some like large area with like tables or something. I'm thinking of something from GTA 5. Can I find this? I know that there's like some mission, some like multiplayer mission for GTA 5 there. The area that I'm thinking of. Thinking of... What is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? I don't know, just like... I'm just gonna search GTA 5 architecture, and maybe I'll find a spot that matches it. Or I'll just find the location that I'm thinking of. I feel like it's definitely one of these real places that people would be like, oh, they put this in GTA and they're gonna have a picture of it here. But maybe not. A plaza, I think, is like the name of it. Maybe I just search plaza. I guess not really what I was thinking of. Not exactly this, but I was thinking there's like another area that's not like this, but it's like just, I don't know, it's just flat and you can walk around it. I'm kind of surprised there's no pictures yet of what I was looking for. Okay, that's enough. That's enough looking, I guess. Couldn't find it. I think I want to make the sidewalk on this side a little bit larger. A little bit wider over here. Maybe I should do these wider too then, shouldn't I? Nah, just this one. Just the sidewalk will be a little bit larger. Hello, Mr. Lucas. Good day. It's going pretty good. How are you? So yeah, what did I make this one? I think I made this 2.5. I can't select it for some reason. 2.5. Very good. Made the first step into fixing my entire save system. That's nice. The first step, though? Is it the hardest step? Yeah, this would be a grass here, for sure. And then, ooh, wait, how do I make that work? Oh, that's kind of not right, what I did. It should be... Actually, no, yeah, I'm gonna leave that where it is. I don't know how to explain what I did. It's doctor's handwriting, but for programming, I don't know what I did. Doctor's handwriting for programming. I mean, I've seen that before. I have an idea of what that means, I think. What do I do here? Why does it look weird? I guess I'll do this and then shrink this down until it matches there. Right, okay. And then... Not sure. Imagine variables, but in a list. Variables in a list. You add, remove, rename, and change all the data attached to that variable in that list of a string. Is a string. Are you creating your own JSON format? Is that what you're doing? Are you the guy who's doing RPG Maker stuff? Is that you? Because if so, I've seen what RPG Maker does. So no. Okay. Someone here said that they were doing RPG Maker, like some extension in Godot. Yeah. How do I connect this? What do I do there? What do I do? I think I just need one of these. With the thin one. Can I select it though? Or... What do I... Just duplicate this. I'll just figure it out. So the sidewalk here, but this is where you can walk. And then I would make it wider here. Yeah, what am I doing? This is weird. Let me look this way. I don't think I need anything on that side. So it would start here normally. That doesn't line up. I can name a variable health bar rect and have XY with height. Save as a string SQI rect. I haven't used Unity, so I don't know exactly what these are, but saved as a string? Interesting. Why does that not reach there? The radius is 2. Where is this? Oh, that's why. It has... What? Why do we have like weird... That's not why. What is going on? Is this in a weird position? Not. It kind of is. But not really. What is going on here? Why does that not line up? Okay, now it lines up there. That was really weird. I'm not sure which one of these was like strangely off or not. Okay. Anyway, I want this to be too wide. Okay. And then I think this can just extend out, and I don't have to worry about that. But then it doesn't reach here. Okay, now it does. Then this would just come over 1. Alright. That was all a little weird. Should these be wider? They probably should. I'm gonna do that. Make them wider. Two and a half. This is really awfully organized. But I don't really know how to make it better. Without just suddenly putting all these inside of a group and giving them unique names. Put that there, rotate, drag this in to there. And then this grass has to come down. Okay. What is this piece? Okay, they've been made wider. Now I think this one should be wider too. Make them all wide and like lose all the thin sidewalks. Though that one's thin. Yeah, those two are. Before I lose it, I'm going to copy these over to the house. Just to be sure I don't actually lose. Over there. Okay. I'm going to lose the dimensions that I set. And then, yeah, I guess this round one just gets smaller. Okay. Sidewalks are over here. I need grass and then around. Yep. Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I got rectable string all working. I need to work out how to get the store list. How to store list of objects in a string format. Yeah. Serial, I mean, yeah. Definitely the hardest part, I think. Why does it look like these sidewalks are just like not the right size on the corner? I don't know. I think I need to color these differently so I know the difference between houses and Okay, I can lock all these though, I think. It's gonna be the hardest level to load every time I open it because of how much CSG I have. That's probably why it already takes so long. Buildings. Shop. I will do shops, purple? Red? Purple? Purple. I have cars purple. I don't know, I guess they're like special things or something. I'll do blue, actually, because I don't use blue for anything yet, so. The reason I'm happy with it, I kept the function calls in the exact same, just added v2 at the end so it's all compatible. Change the function calls rather than the way they call a function. Yeah. Rewrite the whole game. Oh, that's... yeah. That doesn't sound very good. Yeah, definitely keeping your APIs the same whenever you update is really nice. Right, so I think I'm just doing sidewalks here. Was it gonna add buildings? Was it gonna add more buildings? What is this? Did I just like throw these down haphazardly? Or what? I don't know. I'm just gonna stick with the sidewalks for now. I would like grass. Ooh, I don't have... I need large grass somewhere. Yeah, dragging this around, like... Does this affect the stream? No. But it stutters really badly when I start moving that around. Probably what I should do is do these in like chunks and then convert them all to a mesh with collision. That might be good to do. I think I could do that for the roads right now. Can you see how like the frequency of it updating changes though? It's like in half. And it's definitely like laggy. Should I do the roads right now? Would that be a bad idea? I'm just not gonna do it. I won't do it until I feel like... Because I have a feeling at some point... I mean, I guess it only updates it whenever you're moving stuff. But I just have a feeling that at some point I'm going to start losing my ability to edit this because of all these objects I'm putting in. At least Godot documentation has told me I should not be using these because they're very intense on the CPU. Alright, now why is this not aligned? Because it's doing this. I was told not to use OnGUI for UI, but I did it anyway. Yeah, I mean, if you can make it work, that's all you really need. Right. Now this is an alley. This needs to be concrete, not... Well, it needs to be the same height as the road. So I guess I have to put like a sidewalk there, don't I? Or would this be... What is this road? This is a paved road. It's a really crappy paved road, though. It is really bad. Okay, so I think I just leave the grass there. And do... this over here. What is up with this? Why does this not align? Is this supposed to be like a 0.5 offset? Is this one supposed to be? I guess so. Okay. And now this is weird. Do I have to make this... what is it? Oh no, this one shouldn't be... Yeah, okay. That's all I needed there. I mean, I guess the edges of all this grass will be a curb, so I can just extend the grass up to the alley entrance. And now it's strange. Is it just this? Is that piece just weird? No, I don't think so. Round grass. The large ones. That's a large one. Did I do something with the roads over here? Everything that I've dragged over here is off by the small... Never mind. This is not off. Okay. I was gonna say, everything I've put over here is off by the smallest. Like a half. I mean, it doesn't even matter if it is wrong, actually. Because, you know, towns are not built precise. They're built precise, but not that precise. They don't actually have everything on a perfect grid. Okay. Now, this road I know should probably be a lot smaller than the other roads. And is it? This road definitely needs to be smaller than the other roads. Like a no parking, only two-way road here. Where is my car? There's the car. So I guess technically this is like, these are big enough for 4 lanes. So what I would do is I would just cut it in half. Pretty much. Just cut this in half. Do I know which road this is? What's that one? This is the width, 17.8. Half of that would be 0.4 something. Seven point, not even 0.4, 7, no wait, 8.5 plus 0.4, 8.9, 8.9. So, really? 8.9. I have a feeling that I want to make this still even a little bit larger than that. I guess, yeah, I'd want it to be at least like twice the width of a car. This is not twice the width. The length of a car? Where'd the road go? So I guess just bump this up until it reaches that point. 9.8. 9.9. What's this in like feet? 9.9 meters? I'll round up to like a nearest half foot or something. So it looks like it's in America. $32.5. So yeah, it would just be 9.9. Okay. That's easy enough. 9.9. And then the cutouts. Something is this elder. I guess that's fine. It does affect the alley though. So I don't know. Just there. And here. Ooh. That's fine. I don't really care. It doesn't need to be that precise. Yeah, just do 10 meters. I guess it would actually just be 9.9, wouldn't it? Yeah. I don't even need this cutout, honestly. I'm just gonna delete this. This doesn't even need to be there. That road can just go. Does this have to be? Does this have to be like 1.5? 1? And then, or is it 1.5? 1.5 and then over a half? Who knows? This is probably brisk, I bet. It is. Okay, alley that way. And now more sidewalk. And I guess they typically do just put sidewalks out like that anyway, even though they don't go anywhere. Just in case. In the future, the city expands and they put road over there. Right? Those roads that they have that just go out to nowhere and they like hit a dead end like that one does. Just in case. Okay. And I think the sidewalk would go there, so I'd leave that back first. Sidewalk? I guess I do grass. Sidewalk? Is that it? Good. These are definitely going to be more houses over here. So I guess I could go and throw those in. Should I have another store here? No, I think not. I think this is all just house on this side. I mean, I'm trying to think about this. So, I think realistically, you would be kind of insane to try to put a store back here. Where there's like, I mean, you are surrounded by houses, but you're not in the middle, right? Like, you're out of the way for everyone. Except for the people who are pretty much right next to you. I mean, even the people who are next to you, you're out of the way of them. They have to like walk away from some other place that they want to go to. But, for game, this could be a spot that you would just go to be like, what's over here? And it would be kind of lame for there to be nothing here. So perhaps not necessarily a store there, but maybe some kind of... Why didn't I think of that? I could do like trailer parks out here. City planning, yes. That's not even city planning. That's like city is like, hey, we want to incentivize someone to put a store here, and every business owner in the area is like, nope, I'm not putting anything there. That's crazy. Trailer park here would be great. This literally is a perfect area, because I was just looking at this, wondering what should go over here. Why don't you play one of the city building games to plan your map? That could be a good idea. But I've already got the layout. And I feel like if I'm going to spend the time to get as detailed as like saying, oh, I know these are going to be wide sidewalks over here, I may as well just model it in here. Okay, but this grass goes there. I need, just duplicate these. Actually, yeah, pretty much just duplicate all of these. Concrete 23, concrete 24. What happened to concrete 22? What did happen to concrete 22? Oh, there it is. This is so, like, hard to control. Alright, you know what? This road's gotta be a little bit bigger. It cannot be 9.9. I'm gonna make it 10. How far away is that? Ah, that's pretty far away. What about 0.2? 10.2. 33 and a half. I'll make it 10.2. Concrete 22 had the wrong opinion on Twitter. Yeah, I was getting worried there. Like something happened to the concrete. It just disappeared. This was, I think, this road. 10.2. Well, actually, is it Twitter anymore? Can you, is it possible to have a wrong opinion on Twitter now? On X? The everything app? These numbers down here being like 0.1, several zeros, and 582. What is that? Alright, grass. Back. I didn't put a round over there. Oh, the round is here. Why is the round here? I guess I just didn't put it in. Or position it. What's going on here? Something's weird. I think I'm just getting confused by my own layout of stuff. Oh, wait. Okay, so I made this road smaller. I gave myself more room for the houses. I guess that's fine. The houses can have more room. I would just move them. Yeah, I forgot that I copied these and dragged them over, so it just looked like I had some weird setup of the sidewalk. I just forgot that I copied these like 2 minutes ago. Okay, so since I've moved these in, how much space did I put between this and the sidewalk? Because I know I did that. I'm sure I didn't just throw it down. I feel like I definitely would not have just done that. Is that 2.9 or 3? 3 meters back from the sidewalk. Here, and then 3 meters back. I guess I could have just copied this value instead of doing it again, but whatever. Here, 3 meters back. Okay, so now I got some extra backyard, I guess. I don't know if I had a reason for this. I'm sure I did. Just a difference. I don't know. This is like just templates. Not really exactly where that house is going to be and exactly how big it's going to be. But roughly. Alright. Okay, house 8. I think I can probably fit 4 here. Okay, I said 4, but I'm going to put 3. Actually, it's going to be 4. But it's going to be... yeah, they're going to be packed in. And then... yeah, it's more like this bit here. The corners are strange. I guess what I do is, yeah, I will just have 4. It'll just be 4. And I think that'll be a little bit weird. I don't know. I feel like it's weird, but I'm sure you could look at any map and be like, yeah, they put houses down like that. That is what they do. Three meters back. And I could fit 2 here. Yeah, this, like the house that has like the side of it against the street. I don't know. And then I would be able to put 2 here. And just to be city planning style, I'll do 1 foot less than whatever 3 meters is. What is that? 3, 9, 2.5, I guess, or 2.7. I'll do 2.7. These ones will be ever so slightly closer. And I feel like I really want to pull up a map and look at the area. But I shouldn't do that. Because I think this corner should be something different. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to say this is going to be a different corner and just delete this house. And I will probably wonder why there's no house there when I could fit one. And that's not what I want to do. And yeah, I don't know. Troll myself or something. Make myself figure something out to put there in the future. Now, I think this whole block will just be houses. And I'll pretty much have the same thing. I'll have an alley through here. The second alley ever. Wow, I lined that up perfectly. Okay. Because I'm afraid of losing things, I will commit this as it is now, as it is right now, but continue going. Yeah, what is this? Yeah, just that dumb thing that changed. All safe. Yeah, I think I can kind of like copy all of this. No, I mean not all of it, but this stuff. Ooh. How did I actually miss that? Okay, too fast. Also, I just realized I made that road smaller. Are there any other roads that I should make smaller? I think this road, right here, should be smaller. Actually, probably these two roads should all these roads should probably be smaller, shouldn't they? That is a store. But his parking is over here, pretty much. I think, right? Is there a parking lot? There should be. A parking yeah, like a what are they? Just a building you park your car in? Parking garage. That's what they call them. These two roads should definitely be smaller. These two. Because this is like definitely like deep, you know, deep residential areas. But this is like a compressed city, so it's not really far away from the shops. But these two roads, small. Small roads. These will be, I don't even know. Ooh, this is 2 pieces. Okay, so duplicate that. Yeah, I think I just called them like, yeah, just 1 and 2, I guess. You will be over there. You will be over here. And I think I went with 10.2. This road, 10.2. 10.2. I sure hope I don't regret my decision to change the size of these roads in the future. Oh, and I have given myself extra room here, which is actually probably good for the store, now that I think about it. I think I just kind of like drag these in kind of far. This is definitely too far. Or I drag them in like this. There. Okay, this was Delta. So now I'm looking for something on Delta. I think it's probably this one. Delta Oops. And then intersection. Delta Oats. Cool. And then this road too, before I forget. It's probably Fox, Gray, Hardy. 10.2. Why do I call some of these drive and street and road? Why did I do that? Did I have a meaning behind that? I don't think so, because this one definitely should be a large road. Or is it a large road? No, it's definitely a large road. It goes right through there. This part maybe shouldn't be so large. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for this one to be large because it goes straight into parking. And I don't think there's going to be parking here. But this is... What is this road? Is this road... Oh man, I should have finished the roads. I guess I wasn't actually done with the roads, because I needed to make them smaller, and I forgot to do that. Are these too small? Oh, I made this wider, but then I didn't move. What? Yeah, I made it wider, but I didn't move this away. I did not move this away. Oh my god. Stumbling over my words again. I feel like this is this really... I feel like this is kind of small. I feel like this is still small. Car. This is like a normal car. Give me 2 cars. Actually, no, this is pretty... This is a very... Actually, yeah. This is a very nice and wide road. There's plenty of room for, like... cars to not hit each other in, right? There's a lot of room here. That's a big road. kind of. This is kind of like big enough that you could have the cars in the middle and then have like cars just sitting along the side. Yeah. Can I fit 4 cars here? Can I safely fit like 4? Nice. This is definitely wide enough for that. Okay, so 10... Yeah, I said 10.7. 10.7. 10.2. 10.2. 10.2. This one is also 10.2, and this one should probably be... This side should be 10.2. I think that's Iris, yeah. I will name this one 3. Duplicate that. .2. Curve. Oh, this was bad. Was it bad? Oh, no, it's not bad. What's 10.2 divided by 2? 5.1. Yeah, that seems right. Sweet. Okay. Right, this is a pretty wide road, right? Maybe it could be a bit wider. Maybe I should make it a little bit wider. What does one more foot do? I think we're at 10.2. If I just go up to 34. 10.4. 10.4. Is this quite noticeable? 10.4. Joe could go through it. Okay, that did like nothing. How big are these cars? Are these are I think I made these like extra large size cars, right? These are like big cars. The size of a large car. Should I get a model of a car and actually put it in here? I mean, this feels wide, right? Let me walk over here. Let me see what I think about this. What I think about these cars. I can get between them. Not that one. I cannot visualize these being cars. I just can't. Also, I am really fast when I move, so it makes things feel a little bit smaller than they really are. What is this? This is like almost not quite 2 meters wide. Like 2.5. I mean, I've modeled these off of real roads, right? Except this one. This one I've kind of made up the size, but these large ones are modeled off of real roads. They're sized to like the size of the real road. Which they support 2 lanes and diagonal parking. This is the size of these roads. And without the diagonal parking, it's 4 lanes. I suck at my own game. Trying to jump fast for speed. Okay, you are going to be driving through these. Should I mean, one thing I haven't thought of is like exactly how the car is going to work, because you will have a car. Do you need to worry about breaking it? I don't think so. I think I want to do it exactly like how Halo's vehicles are. At least Halo CE, where they essentially don't have health. They just tank everything that happens to them. So I guess it's not really a worry about avoiding things. So I guess it's not too big of a deal if I make things a little too small and you actually end up hitting something. But it can't be so wide that it's way too easy to avoid. Like, I can imagine there being like just cars sitting on the sides and maybe another car is like crashed slightly into one on the side of the road or something. So it's like an extra tight gap to get through. All right, I think this is fine. I'll leave it how it is at 10.2. I will not make it wider. And these would need to be moved down. Okay, this intersection is now way too wide. This road needs to be longer, and these need to be smaller. This one actually does have to extend out here at least. There we go. Oh, so I guess this cutout would be larger. Just like here, I guess. Does this need to be smaller because of its a smaller intersection now? Is that what's happening? Yeah. Cool. What? Oh, the grass needs to be... Wait, what? No, I've put this in the wrong place. Oh, something's weird about this corner now. The other corner isn't like that. Why is this one? What did I do? Oh, this needs to move over. Right, okay. I didn't have to make this smaller. What was its size? Radius 3. Okay. There we go. Okay. This road at the back. I think I will leave it this large. Because it does come off of this road. So I guess the idea there is that this could be a road for future expansion. You would go this direction with it, right? But I mean, there's nothing to expand into over there. So maybe they would see that and say, we're not going to build roads over there. So, I mean, they could. I mean, yeah, they could, right? Like build a bridge over the river or something. Or maybe they know that they're not going to have... what would they... Alright, should this road be smaller? I think it probably should. This is weird. Should this road be smaller too? This is the main road. You know, you get your 4 lanes here. You would have parking here. I think that road should definitely not be so large. This is like, I mean, like business, you know? Like you'd have trucks going through here. Would you? No? What is this road? Yeah, this should be a small road. Alright. This one should be a small road. I am certain of it. What is this? This is probably B, isn't it? No. C. E. Let's name that 3. Bring this in here. Up to there. And then 10.2. This would be 5.1. 7.2. Awesome. I imagine this could be like a school over here or somewhere over here. And this would be like... Actually, yeah, where would a school be? That's actually a really important thing to have. Right? There's got to be a school here or something like that. This might be too small, actually, for that kind of thing. I have a pretty big area, but it might actually be too small. Because if I were to do schools, there'd be like an elementary and then a middle school, and there's not even like room for a high school. So I guess it would be like elementary plus middle school and then a high school. Would there even be a high school here? It could just be it could just be a small high school and like 2 schools or 1 school, 2 buildings. Where would it go? Where would it go? Houses here. Maybe the high school is right here. No. There's room over here, technically. I do have room over here. That doesn't seem right. I feel like stores over here for sure. Pretty much just shops, I guess. Or maybe it could be here. Ah, yeah. Like the larger school would probably be down here. Somewhere over here. Like on one of these sides or both sides. And it like spans both. Doesn't need to be that big. A school somewhere over here, I think. Probably right there. Then that'd be like the high school. And then everything else. Which one would be larger? How many people would live here? If I would think like 3 people per house. Actually, that's a good statistic to know. Like average people per household. Okay, I just like threw out 3. That's pretty good. Okay. So 3. If I think of 3 people per house, I've already got 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 14 houses. How many is in each one of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay, so it's about 7 houses per... I could just divide it by 2. I'm dumb. I thought there was like a different number. Like maybe one was 8, one was 6. So 7 per cube. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'll say 7, 8. This is probably going to be a park. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then probably apartments over here. So maybe those would be like double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because I feel like I might have the elementary school here. So I have 7, and then I have like, right? 7 times, I guess I could just go like 2.8 or something. 7 times 7 times 2.8. 137 people. Okay. So if you think about like half of those being in school, is that probably right? Age distribution US. I'm looking for this picture. Why is that animated? Oh yeah, you don't want to see that. Okay, yeah, that's bad. Why did old females just suddenly jump up? Okay, well that's not really helpful. Oh yeah, that's not a good chart there. Under 18, that's what I want to know. 21%? Really? I thought it would be like half. I guess that's because the population is inverting right now. Population pyramid. Yeah, you don't want your pyramid to look like an upside down pyramid. I'll say half. What did I say? I know what I was just talking about, but what did I say? I meant I needed the percentage of the population. I'm going to say it's like a third, okay? I think a third. No, not like that. I was looking at a statistic. A third of the population. Then I do know that I need apartments. So those are going to count for double. I think they would count for double, right? And then I can think about there being like a trailer park out here. So how many apartment blocks? I'll just say 3. I think there'll be like 3 apartment blocks. So 3 times 14 times 2.8. So I have 137.2, 17.6. My estimate is like, I'll round this up to 300. 300 times a third of that is 100. Really 100. So this would mean that the high school should definitely be a lot smaller, right? Because it's going to be a smaller. What do they call them? Like K through 12 or something? Is that like the combination? No. Wait, what grade is high school? Is that 8 through 12th? 8 through 12? Like you're in 12th grade, you're a senior? Twelfth, yeah. Yeah, right? Okay, well, if I think about just the numbers, that's a third. So yeah, 2/3. Okay. So here's my idea. I'm just gonna actually throw down the building here. I'll just start with shop because it's, a blue color. This will be high school. If I could spell that. High school. Can I move it? So it'll be, oh geez. Somewhere, please. Somewhere over here. And it's gotta be... How big is high school? These are going to be 2 things. Okay, here's a better question. Are these, yes. I mean, I was going to say, are these going to be buildings you can explore? Yes, of course. So the reason I want to ask that question is, what would the layout then of this be? Do I need to think about that? Because pretty much every school I've been to has not just been a box. They've been, at least not schools in like dense cities where they are boxes, I'm sure. So would this actually just be a box then? Like a 2 or 3 story? No, I don't think so. What would the shape of this be? Should I just draw this out? Should I just be like, oh, this is what the shape of it would be? Also, wait, where is this? Oh, I've been moving this around a little bit. Reset that. Dog. You don't need anything. You don't need anything. You're good. You were just out. You're okay. Alright. I'm gonna take the dog out. I'll be back. I'm back. And I guess I'm wearing the headphones now. I was trying to figure out how big this should be. I don't know. Should I design? I should really design this, I think. I think this is a building that's important to design. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make it really large. I'm just going to make it, like, fill up the absolute extent of the area that I think it would take up. And then just leave it. Okay, so maybe about like this big, right? Okay, this is really large. Let me actually go for half that size. Okay, and then I'm moving it around the wrong way. Okay. So that would be like, what was my number here? I have, okay, let me like round it up to like 255, okay? 255. I think I determined that it was like a third would be in school, and of that third, 1/3 of that would then be in this building. $29 students. That's not, I mean, that's just kind of, that's one class. I don't want to be that unrealistic. I don't want to have a building here that would support like 100 students and it only be like, there's like literally 20 in the whole town. Expected 20 in the whole town. So there's also the issue of these averages really depends on small changes to the average have a big impact on the total population here. Also how I'm counting it. So if I were to say have all right, let me do this. Let me put a house inside of every spot where I think there's going to be a house. Or where there's just going to be houses. Okay. Houses here. Houses here. Houses here. And where else would there be houses? I guess houses here. Houses could be along the sides, but these won't really be quite like that. These would just be along the edge, right? There's one thing I've seen that I might want to do over here, where they have this, like the main road going through, and then they have like a little extra side road that is just special for these houses that comes in. Okay, yeah, ow. As soon as I put the headphones back on, my ear starts hurting again. That's really bad. I might have done something bad. I might have worn headphones for too long. That's bad. Okay. Also, this road needs to be smaller. I am all over the place. So this is a able. The biggest road. Yeah. Or I mean the longest road. Actually, not the longest road. This is definitely the longest road. What is that? Cherry? Oh, I didn't have it extend up that far. Okay. 10.2, I'm being blinded. .2. I have to type in these. Okay. And then all of the able intersections I need to fix now. Or was there another road that I needed to make small before I do this? Should this road be small? This one maybe. Could be. What is this road? What is this? I'm pretty sure this was just... This should probably be a small road. Okay, this one definitely should also be a small road. That's probably... Yep, that one. Alright. Cool. Now, Kepler and Abel. Kepler only has one intersection, and then it's also on Abel. Okay. Just gonna drag these in a bit. I don't think I had a specific size I was going for with these. This one should also be a thin road, shouldn't it? Because this is like the real road going off here. And maybe this is kind of wrong. Maybe it should be like curve and then back here. Maybe not. Just, yeah, maybe not. I think gray. Yeah, definitely gray should be a small road too. Whoop. All right. And then let me just make this like, I don't know, 17 or 14. Yeah, just 10 off each side. 10 off each side would go into this. So go into here. Yeah, I mean about like that, I think. Or actually, I think they have to cross over each other a bit. Yeah, they're supposed to cross over each other. That's how this works. Down to that size. And then same thing here, I guess. 14. And since that one's also gotten smaller, and then I have to move this back. This one has to move back. Local. You like that? Okay. And then rain. Yeah. So there's probably more room for houses too. So that's probably good. Well, I guess not really more room for houses. The houses just get a little more space around them. Also, why was I not editing it from this view? This is way better. This is a much better view to edit these. Then these intersections, I should probably go ahead and shrink down too. Well, I guess as I do them. This was definitely that one. Yep. It just has to be at least this large. Okay. Classic. Dragging that axis just moves it the totally wrong way. For some reason. Even though they both have the same alignment. Alright, and then this is something able. Probably able gray. Intersection able gray. Okay. Whoops. I think these are in the wrong place right now. Gray. This one? Okay. Dog? You don't need anything right now. You were just out. I just took you out. There's no way. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. All right. Okay, not all right. This one needs to be fixed. Slowly getting there. Oh, this one's really bad. Wait, how do I do this? How do I do this? This one I think just needs to be split into two. That's gray. 2. This will be 1. This will be a wide road. Back to 17.8. Over here. Okay. Good. So how would I handle that change here? I guess I just leave it. I don't really handle it, I just leave it. It would be, yeah, how would they cover that? It would just be like an extra wide bit of grass here, right? That's what they do? They just have extra grass? Still got a long time to go. This cutout needs to be way less. Way less large. Yeah, this cutout should be longer up here. And then this intersection needs to come out further. That's what this should be. Okay. Oh, and this one. About there. Oh, this is gonna be... I didn't think about the sidewalk here until just now. I just realized I have to do a sidewalk there somehow. This one. Right. So, if I'm gonna have an actual, like... I'm feeling like I should just have it because I kind of already have some of this stuff started. If I were to have, like, a park here, I should think I should put... I say the larger school. Yeah. The larger school here. In this area. And they're kind of close, so it's like, you know, they're not too far away. You know, when you go from one school to the next, you know, it's not too far away. Should this be up here instead? I don't think so. This is more like an untraveled road. These two roads are kind of like slow roads, right? This road is going to be a lot busier. And so would this side. So this is like far away from busy roads. Would that then make this being the... Ooh. So it should be over here. Or maybe it would just be here? No. Wait. So this would be like a public park, right? The elementary definitely needs its own kind of park. So maybe what I do is have the building be here, and they have like a park down here with their own area to play here. Should it be over here? The school could be here, and they would have their own park, like, over here. Maybe that's way better, actually. Maybe that's way better. And then these could be, like, apartments and houses. Alright. I think that makes way more sense. That's what I'm gonna do. So, duplicate this. This will be, I don't know, K8. Elementary. Fit the names. This will be over here. And this will be a much bigger school. Not only because there will be more in the age group, it's even like it's got like 2/3 of all school goes here, and it's the larger age group. So this is going to be the big one. And yeah, it would even have its like own road for like buses, right? Like here, in a parking lot. Oh, this is perfect. And then the play area would be here. Perfect. That's great. That's great. Elementary. Surely I can remember that I would like this to be like a parking lot, and this would be like the road here for like, you know, buses or something. I mean, buses. It's such a small place. The bus would just be like, it would just basically drive around here and then run in there. So, okay, so no buses, but parking for teachers. Up here. Or over here. Or this would be the play area. What does the terrain look like right now? How into the hill is this? Because I went to a school, I think, when I was really young. I barely remember this. But I feel like I remember there being kind of like this. You had... Yeah, it was like a really... Wow. It had like a huge, like, outdoor area. Like, I never even went very far from the school. But there was definitely, like, hills on one side. And then a forest. Trees. So I might do that. I might actually have... I went to a school, I think. I definitely did. Right? Elementary. I'm trying to figure out where the... I don't want to touch the terrain too much. Too much. Is this just too large on that side? Should I just make it less thick? Probably. Why is this offset? Oh no, it's just up. So it'd be like... It can't be too close to the road. I feel like every school that I've seen that's like an elementary, there's like... It's a long way to the road. It's a big distance. Yeah, why do they make them like that? They just that afraid of kids running out and like running into the streets? Because if I really think about it, this should be like way over here. Like that's how far away this should be. What? Wait, this is just like dead area, or this would be like a parking lot? Oh no. I feel like I don't have the room for this. I guess maybe I do. I just have to remove this hill. Alright, I'm gonna leave it there for now. I can't really figure it out. I could move it all the way up here, and then maybe I have more room to pull it away. Maybe that's the play. It'd be pretty far away from the road. Alright, this is a good spot actually. Although it always does concern me with a road leading straight into a important building, you know? Someone drives down this road and they just don't stop. I mean, this would be the best spot for it, right? It's far away from the road. The problem is I have this mountain here. Not this mountain, but this hill. You know what? I think I can get away with it. It's actually not that bad into the hill. I can probably just pull it closer. Move it further over there. Oh, I didn't think about this. They would have two different areas. This would be like the elementary area, I think, would be here. And the big kids would be over here in this area. And then you have this like natural hill between them. Do I need a graveyard? Where'd be a good spot for a graveyard? I feel like I should have one. Probably here. This seems like a good spot. Back here. Alright, I'm just like throwing down big boxes, so I will have or cemetery. I feel like I might have misspelled that. It did. I did misspell it. Okay. Somewhere about there. What are other important buildings? A hospital? I'm just thinking about like what I would put in on, what is it, city skylines. Where do I get to put the utility buildings? Right, you need the fire station, the police, the hospital. All those. Let me do, I think, the fire station first. Maybe over here. It's got to be like kind of central, right? What is this road for? Where does this road go? I think this road actually just goes to the fire station. That's actually what this is. This is the fire station road. I'll just throw it there. Okay. Now, I would think, because this, I mean, if I'm trying to be realistic, this is kind of a small town. What kind of, like, health building would there be? Would they just have, like, a clinic? A dentist? The dentist is probably, like, you know what? I would even think this could be the dentist. This building could be it. Because really, what do you have? You probably have, like, one person you see a day. Maybe one. Maybe two. Right? One, maybe two a day. So they really don't need much. They essentially just have the facilities and that's kind of it. So in fact, I'll even call this the dentist. This is like a great spot for that. Next to the houses. The dentist. Now, health. Okay, maybe I should think about where the police station should go. Because this is definitely going to be a spot, I think, where you will find a weapon. Probably the shotgun, I bet. I bet the shotgun's going to be the police station. Just whatever. So, maybe like the jailhouse? Right? They wouldn't really have police, right? They would have like a couple guys. Like one guy, right? For a town this size. The sheriff. I'll just call it the sheriff. That is not how it's spelled. I don't know how to spell anything. Sheriff? Okay. I was thinking like here. Could go here too. Am I gonna have a prison? Will there be a prison out here? No, I don't think so. No prison. Here? Here? I don't think it would be on a corner. A corner's... No, you wouldn't put it on a corner. You'd want to put a business on a corner, I think. You would have this be not on a corner, for sure. And definitely a centralized location. Like almost even like really centered. Like this would probably be the good spot for it. Here, that is right next to the park. Maybe that's not a good idea. To have it next to the park. Would you not want it there? Like, if you have a guy in your jail and he breaks out, the park is right there, right? You wouldn't want that probably. So maybe over here instead. Yeah, let's actually say, well, what do they think about when they think about how they place this building? What do they consider? They definitely consider main road access. Is it on a main road? Should it be on a main road? It probably should be. Maybe it should be way over here. This kind of main road. Or up here. What do I think about the player? I think the player, if they're driving, they would just take this road and they would drive right by, right? They drive right down here. Do I want them to spot this that quickly? Maybe they shouldn't, right? Maybe it's over here instead. Maybe this is the sweet spot. It seems like it makes sense. It is right next to all the shops, right? This is where all the shops are. You know, if I were to think about criminal activity, you know, you'd be like, all right, let's, you know, maybe steal from a store, right? And you come by here and you're like, oh, the sheriff is literally right there. He literally has line of sight with us, right? And a bank too, right? Like a bank. There'd be a bank. Okay, this should probably be spun around, and then we'll make this longer. A bit longer. right? This would just about be like right on the sidewalk. We'll go 1.5 back. Right, sheriff, locked in. Those are locked in too, although I think I may have made this building too large. I don't know, I feel like this will be more like a special kind of building. Like, there might even be 2 separate things with, like, a place to eat outside, you know? Some, like... I don't know. I think this is definitely just, like, the whole bounds of it, though. That's definitely... It would not be larger than that. This is going to be the really big building. Cemetery. The fire station. This is probably too large. Well, I mean, how big is a fire truck, right? They'd probably have like 1 of those. Maybe 2. They're probably no wider than an actual car, I would think. So yeah, this could probably be thinner. It can be like, I don't know, this big. Not moving it that way. Okay, about right there. I still need some kind of additional health thing. Not just like a dentist, but like... Definitely somewhere that could support like... stuff, I don't know. Sorry, I hit the mic with that. That probably sounded awful. My bad. What do I call this? I'm actually just going to call this park now. Park. And throw it in here. There. Its own category. The spawns are not in there, so that's good. Now let's call this park. So I will know that will be there. So I need some buildings. Let me put these in like houses. Yeah, let me do... I think I want to organize this a little bit. What do I call these? Like block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Something like that. I guess that's as good as anything. 15, block 1. block 2. This will be all of these are really close together, so I'll just this is just needs to be organized a little bit. This is definitely too many buildings. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Block 5 here. I feel like that's not all of them. 3. Oh, this would be all of them. Cool. Okay, but dentist has got to go in. Actually, I won't put that in dentist. I'll just say like house. House block. Yeah. I'll actually just call this house block 4. Is that all of these ones? Yeah, this is 7 more. Okay. Alright, this is already looking better. House block. I guess this would be house block 5 then. What are these 2 other ones that are out here? Oh, those ones. Yeah, I'll actually move this one down here so it's clear that I want this to be like this whole area and as far back with its own road. Yep. House 17 has nothing in it? What are you talking about? This CSG shape has an empty shape. I think we're just hallucinating. Literally a box 3D. Oh, look, it's fixed. Okay. Also, what I've realized I should do is move this out of here. Copy this position. So these will be organized nicely. Or I'll be able to drag it from here, and then this would go in here, and now this would just be at like 0. Yep. Cool. All these, I drag them up here. I would just move this up here because it's not really going to be centered. But I guess we'll make it an even number. And then all of them go back in. Whoa. I'm alright. Just drag this up here. Call that 42. Okay. This will be 6, and I'll put it over here on this one. Are there a bunch of zeros there? Weird. I wonder what I should do. Oh, should I do this? If I were to make these scenes, so then what I would do is I would go into the scene. I mean, actually, no. Godot supports that. I can just click this and do like make or save branches scene. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's what I would do. When I finally go into this and have like the final stuff, I would just click make scene and then go be like, all right, here's the fire station mesh. That's what I would do. It'd be easy. I'm actually wondering about this one now. This could be like an apartment. Or just, what is it? Like denser buildings, I guess. I guess it's like apartments. Not really houses. Right? These would be all houses. You know, have like apartments here, I think. Also, I said that apartments would be like double. I think that's actually way underestimating it. I think it's probably more like triple the density. Because an apartment would be like, this would be one unit and this would be one unit, and you would put 2 or 3 people in each of those. And then there'd be no gap. It'd just be straight away 2 more units right next to each other. That might even be like 4 times the density. I would call this like I don't know, unit or something. It'll make this a apartment. That's how you spell it. Okay. I'm not good at spelling. Okay. apartment block? 1? I'll just lock those. Those are pretty good and set on the buildings. And I have to put something in for like a place for like hospital beds, you know? Like when you need like medical attention, 24-hour kind of thing. I'm gonna look at this. I'm actually gonna pull this up on a map, not on stream. And look for this area, I think. Yeah. They get a big spot. So they just kind of have like a big parking lot and then a bunch of buildings around it. And then they have a bank right next to it. That's kind of funny. They put a bank next to the medical buildings. I do find that very funny. I should do the same thing. Put my bank right next to the medical stuff. So, you know what? Probably this area right here would be good for this. I think. Maybe here. You know, you'd have your parking lot and then some buildings around here. What would I do? And then, yeah, I'd maybe put like the bank right there. Or maybe over here. Near the sheriff, right? That'd be pretty intelligent, I think. And also the bank is rich, right? They're gonna have the best spot in the whole town. We're close to it. The best spot would definitely be near the shops, near the center. So probably like here. Let me do this. I feel like I can place a bank over here. Here? Where was it? Here? Here even? I could put it right here. The bank could go right there. I feel like that's a good spot. The bank will go right here. Would there be anything in the bank? I don't even know. gotta figure something out for what these buildings are gonna have. Because these are gonna be special buildings, but it's like you'd ask yourself the question, why would you go in there? The sheriff, I'm quite sure, is where you're gonna get the shotgun. That's where you find that. I don't know, maybe there's just like points in there. The bank just has like piles of cash and you walk over them and you get points. Maybe I go really crazy and I have like special zombie models. A new dog model. Some kind of special zombie in there, I don't know. Maybe the game has a limited number of zombies. And your goal is just to kill them all, and that's why you would go to the bank. You would go to the bank to clear it out. And I guess maybe there's like cash there for money, for points. What do points do? I still don't know. Don't know what they do. Okay. Bank. I need... health? But wait, I'm doing the wrong thing. CSG. Let's call it like Health Plaza or something. It'll be like over here. Then you have some buildings. I just have a clinic. Or something. Like over here or something. And then you have like surgery. Maybe this is a larger building. Why was that weird positions? I don't know. That was just weird. Those are in weird positions. Probably wider. 20. 22. Maybe actually like here instead. Whoa. And then I think the rule of threes, you know, you have a third building here. What do? They probably do a morgue, maybe? Would they put those there? Would they put them that close? Probably not. Actually, probably. I mean, it'd be efficient, right? Something happens in one of the other two buildings, and you know you're just across the parking lot. That's probably not good. Not a morgue. I don't know. As another dentist? I mean, then I could just have this could go back to being a shop of some kind. don't know, I feel like this one being a dentist is like a great spot for it. Right. This could be, should be, I don't know, what are like health buildings? Healthcare buildings. Facilities. Types of healthcare buildings. Urgent care? Immediate non-emergency. What? I feel like urgent sounds like emergency, right? Say a birth center? No. Urgent? That seems right, I think. That seems good. Just have the parking lot here. Right. Locked in. I'll say that's what those buildings are. I mean, they would have their own dentist, right? If there's going to be a guy here. Maybe he's just in the clinic. I don't even know. Alright, let's do this. Let's make it 4. Maybe it could be some lore. The rival dentist. He's gonna have just gonna have a little office back here. Rival dentist. That's so silly. I mean, I'm gonna have this whole area, so I may as well take it, right? I'm gonna have all this space, I may as well just use it. I'm gonna forget about that and like come back to it in the future and see rival dentist is the name of the building. I feel like that's pretty funny. Okay. Now, there's still another thing that I need. Or is this actually like, wait, is this everything? What else do I need? I have health facilities, I have a bank, sheriff, schools, death, care, fire, health. What other facilities would you have? I guess some kind of government building, right? You need some kind of government building here. The mayor, the yeah, what even are those? I feel like in a place like this, you just have like one government building and that would be everything. Like licenses, legal, a courthouse. A courthouse. Where would that be? Would you have a courthouse? Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you go out of town for that. What is that? Oh, it's a hole. Maybe you go out of town for that kind of thing. So there's some kind of government building. Definitely need one of those. What? Government buildings, I don't know. Courthouse is just something called a federal building, which I'm sure is, you know, you wouldn't have one of those here, I think. Not a federal building. Category government buildings. Flashbang. There's a list for government building fires. I mean, I guess the sheriff counts as government. There's a library. Apparently. Local government buildings. What would be a local government building? I don't know. Local government buildings in the United States. Town hall. Is that what they call them? A town hall. Would there be like... Actually, yeah, there definitely would be out here, right? Some kind of like forestry something. Environmental. What? A national park? Is this a national park? I guess, yeah, I guess this would be like national park area, right? The mountains. This whole section of the map would count for that, I think. The lake. So I would want, I guess they would all just kind of go together. Government. We'll put those, I guess right over here, honestly, like right there. Probably be the right spot for it. Or would they go over here? Government. I'll do this. I'll do town hall. I don't really know what that's for or what they do there, but you know, just the government stuff, management, city stuff. City hall, town hall. I will start with something at least as big as the fire station, I think. Yeah, I'll say town hall is here. Or maybe here. Here? They would want a corner. If I know the government, they'd be like, oh, well, we can't put the police station on the corner because, you know, that'd be a better spot for a business. But let's put our town hall on a corner. Let's grab this whole area, actually. Actually, yeah, let's grab the whole area. Town hall and library right next to each other. Would they have a library? They should have a library. Would they have a library? Yeah, they would have a library. Definitely. Town hall. We'll go here, about here. Probably a bit larger than that. Yeah, maybe more like 35. One and a half off from the wide sidewalks. And then a library right next to it. Why did it put it over there? That's really weird. And why did it offset that? That is the strangest thing ever. Why did it put it over there, and why did it make it off-center? This will be not so large, though. This will be a small library. Oh, and actually, never mind. These guys would be further away because they have their own parking lot up front, so they need the parking, right? Can I bring a car over here? A little bit more space. Yeah, that seems good. Lots of room for cars. Right? Yeah. You know, you get like... Actually, let me really think about this. So, you'd have a car here, and then you would have one here. And then I would have one in the middle to see how much space you actually have to drive through this. So I feel like that's not enough. Definitely not enough. Because then they also either need a sidewalk actually next to the building. So I think this should be like, does it get longer on the diagonal? I mean, it should be. Let me try to fit this like comfortably in here. Alright, good. I think it's enough space. And then a little bit for a sidewalk. Cool. Okay. That's where that building would go, for sure. And the library, I guess, would be far back too for its own parking. I guess it would probably kind of share parking, wouldn't they? Yeah. Okay. Just gonna have like random cars thrown around. Okay. It's coming up to 10 hours. I think I'm gonna wrap it up soon. So these are two, I mean, I classify these as government buildings. One more though. They definitely need, probably about the size of the library, a bit smaller even, maybe. Some kind of like a park service. Yeah, park service, I guess. Yeah, National Park Service. Is that what they're called? Yeah, the National Park Service. Oh, this is federal. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Okay. National Park Service. They would probably be... Where would they get? They definitely would not give them a central location. They'd be like, hey, we gotta put one here. And they're like, yeah, you can get it over here. You can be over there. Off the path. Would it be that far? I guess I was also kind of thinking somewhere over here. National Park Service, right there. Actually, I feel like sometimes they make these look like really nice buildings too. They make them like fancy. Is that right? What about here? Not a good spot for business, so perfect for a government building, right? Maybe this could be the sniper. But I feel like that's right next to the shotgun. That'd be too close. The bolt gun. The long rifle. Yeah, because they have to have like equipment here, right? They have some offices. They have employees that just go out into the woods, look for people, make sure no one's in need of help. I don't know. Whoa. Wait, what is that? That's wrong. What is that? What is that? What? Why does it look like that? Weird. Okay. About there. You know, somewhere over there. They would definitely get the main road too. They'd be like, yeah, we need the big road to drive our stuff in. Ah, I didn't think about that. That's a business thing. I was thinking of somewhere for like car repairs, vehicle repairs. That's a business though. Okay, National Park Service. Make a category for these cars. Okay. All right. More important buildings though. What else? Are there any other government type buildings that would be around here? town hall, library. I mean, I have the list. I really don't think there would be a courthouse here. Yeah, there would not be. Ranger stations. I mean, I guess that's what this would be, right? A ranger station. Ah, would they have... There would be. I thought of this. Like a firewatch building? Tower? Somewhere out here? What is this? Just a grid line. Somewhere, maybe? I don't know. I think this is good. I think this is enough stuff. Enough special buildings. I'm just more worried that there's something really important that I haven't thought of that would definitely need to be here. I guess we have all the emergency services. We have the healthcare. We have the sheriff. We have the fire station. We have all the schools. I mean, those are like the most important ones, really. I have a town hall. That's an important one that no one really thinks about. But a very important building to have. A library. Services. What other services are there? Like a recruitment office, right? To sign up for the military. Would that... Is this big enough to have one of those? Would one of those be there? Like army kind of thing? Maybe. If I think the population is like 300 to 400, maybe even up to 500, if the apartments are really make sense. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say I'll have like a recruitment office. That's kind of a special building, I think. And not even just like a recruitment thing, but like, you know, just a military building. They would not store any ammunition. There's a lot of stuff I could add, but I don't have room. I was even thinking about having some kind of base. Would the zombies have guns? Could the zombies shoot you? Maybe that would be something special for like a special zombie type. A zombie that has a gun. But is really dumb. But very dangerous because the guns are, you know, bad. Oh. Maybe I do need that. That might be where the automatic rifle is. That'd be a logical place for one. You know, I think this is just too far in the mountains, probably. I think the area is way too mountainous for that to really make sense. For it to be like a military base. Also, that'd be a lot of work. A military base would be a lot of work to model. That would essentially be like modeling something as large as a prison. The schools, I think, are already going to be really intense to do. All these other utility buildings are essentially just like a reception and then some like offices, like small, simple rooms. A military base would be a lot of rooms. And I would have to have equipment there. Like they probably have their own airport or an airstrip. Which honestly, this place is too mountainous even for that. I feel like I just thought of this, like having a grenade. I don't have anything that's explosive for the player. I will have zombies that explode, but I don't have anything explosive for the player. I feel like I just really need one more building. Something for up here. Because this spot is really empty. Well, we'll go up here. I mean, I guess I have this building, but that's not really a thing. I don't know. This would be a really small space, too. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's an issue. There's a river here. I don't know, this is a pretty established river, I think, right? It's large enough that it would be like an established river. It's not going to wander very far from this spot. My immediate thought was, you'd be really stupid to put a cemetery next to a river that could just wash it away. Or even just, you know, the water table is high next to this. I don't know, this is more like, okay, this is a river. And I haven't modeled it yet in the terrain, which is kind of an issue. Maybe not really. But there would be some incline here. So it'd be a fast-moving river, so I guess that changes it. It's not... I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking too much about it. Maybe that's just crazy stuff to be thinking about that. I feel like what I'm thinking is some kind of explosive weapon, whether it just be a grenade or something like that, that is at some kind of military building. But would that make any sense? Would that just be kind of crazy to put explosive things like next to residential areas. Right, because this would be an apartment. I feel like that's a really dumb thing. So if there is going to be anything like that, it'd be like over here. Oh, it would not be there. I don't know, it could even just be like some guy. Some guy just has one of these houses is just loaded with grenades or something for you to find. What kind of military... Just military, I don't know. Federal buildings. It's not even helpful. Types of military buildings. I don't know. I'll leave it. I won't have it for now. Unless I really think of something good, which I might when I stop thinking about it. I'll leave it there for now. Gonna save this, send it, and I'm done with the stream for today. Right? This should only be the world. Good. Work on town block. Add service buildings. I think I added some houses. I actually don't know. Yeah, add service buildings. School. Health. Government. Etc. Okay. That's all for now. Yep. It's dark. Time to be done with this. Thank you for watching, chatting. I really appreciate it. Very cool. I'll be back tomorrow to continue this. Probably just to drill down further and get more buildings placed, like houses. I might make a proper park. You know, I already have like a half pipe. But this other stuff is just crap to run zombies around with. Yeah. And then probably go and finish the roads up. This area down here I was messing with, trying to figure out like how to mark this as being like out of bounds, but I don't know. I don't think I can. I'll have to spend a lot of time on that to make that look good. Okay. That's it. Goodbye.